Cheese? Witam Państwa. Witam Państwa serdecznie.
Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, at our conference entitled Generation COVID-19, the Future of Young People in Poland. Conference co-organizers are the Polish Economic Institute, the United Nations Information Center in Poland, as well as 10 Square Games. I would like to welcome you and thank you for preparing that conference. I'd also like to welcome our outstanding panelists. Without you, it would not be possible for us to discuss today how COVID changed our lives and what the future has in store for us. We shall focus on topics like health, education, economy, and the labor market, as well as technologies and digitalization. Indeed, I would like to thank you for joining us. I would also like to welcome cordially everybody who is watching us online and listening to us via the internet. We do have a sincere hope that our discussion will be lively. Your questions are welcome. Please use the Q&A function on Facebook. We'll try to cover all your questions. Now, without further ado, let me hand over to the director of the Polish Economic Institute, Mr. Piotr Arak. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me a chance to introduce the discussion topic. We are here to discuss the so-called new normal. 18 months ago, it wouldn't be considered normal to organize an event online. It was not considered normal for us to communicate only via the social media, to have only remote events. However, it became part of the new normal. We have a new normal in the education system, on the labor market, and indeed it has had a substantial impact on young generation. It also impacted the parents of people who were studying or learning remotely. COVID also had impact on the students who had to study remotely, even without meeting their group mates. As a result, the experience of coronavirus allows us to talk about the so-called Corona generation or COVID generation, the generation of people who were impacted in a very specific manner by the crisis of the health system and the crisis of economic nature, quite different than the global financial crisis from the years 2007-2008. As a result, there is an array of questions that appear about the future of the educational system, of the health system, of the economy, and therefore I think that this conference that we are a co-organizer of will help us to address the key questions and the key challenges that are ahead of us, and I hope that the conclusions and lessons learned will be of use for all people concerned. Thank you very much, and without further ado, let me start the conference. Thank you. Long before the pandemic started, WHO emphasized a chronic underfinancing of the global mental health services. Before the crisis, countries would spend less than 2% of their GDP on that purpose. That was not satisfactory, that was not enough, and COVID only exacerbated the situation. For instance, worldwide, over 60% of mental health centers experience problems when it comes to providing health services to patients. In case of addictions, 50% of the system went down. Moreover, when it comes to the market, we have experienced a 30% drop when it comes to drugs that are administered to people who are mentally ill. And last but not least, isolation resulted in increased demand for specialist psychological and psychiatric help. It is estimated that among the younger generation, the absolute growth of economic cost in 2020 resulting from COVID-19 was $407 billion US. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, at this conference devoted to COVID-19, the future of young people in Poland. This panel, the first panel, will focus on health. Let me introduce to you our panelists. To my right, I have Dr. Paloma Kucci, head of the WHO in Poland. Further to my right, Dr. Grażyna Cholewińska, the regional consultant for infectious diseases, head of the third ward in the Hospital for Infectious Diseases in Warsaw, specialist in the field of COVID-19, and Madam Mariola Piekarska, president of the International Federation of Medicine Students Association Poland. Unfortunately, we are not joined by Paula Włodarczyk, who is the coordinator of the Youth and Children Hotline. It so happens in the autumn she's down with tonsillitis. That's why she could not come here. Let's start our panel with a simple question addressed to Dr. Cholewińska. Madam, is COVID-19 a disease that only concerns seniors? According to the UN, young people are people aged until 32. So is it only a disease that is dangerous for people over 32 or also young people? Well, absolutely. SARS-CoV-2 is a virus that concerns all age populations, all people. The sole thing to be emphasized is that younger people who are not burdened with any other diseases, who do not have any comorbidities, who have good immune system, are able to go through the infection asymptomatically or with very little symptoms. They end up in hospitals. However, that's a rare case, much more rare than in the case of senior people. Seniors are neglected in Poland. They very often have comorbidities, and especially when it comes to the elderly, their immune system is not functioning as it used to. Their defense mechanisms are not fully operational. There's another issue that I would like to emphasize, namely younger children. At the beginning of the pandemic, we would say that the disease was not a threat to children. However, right now, at the beginning of the fourth wave, with 100% of cases in Poland being cases of Delta strain, we see that children are at risk, that there are more children in the hospital, and especially for younger children, the disease can be lethal, resulting in the so-called multi-organ disorder syndrome. So all populations are at risk, but also all populations are impacted by the consequences of COVID-19. Right now, we speak of the so-called long COVID. if you had COVID, irrespective of whether it was symptomatic or asymptomatic, the consequences may occur months afterwards or even can continue endlessly. Thank you very much, madam. I think that the topic will be continued when it comes to the topic of mental health. Right before the conference, we were actually talking about the consequences of so-called long COVID. My next question goes to Madam Cucci. Why don't young people get vaccinated? What is the reason for their dislike? Is it only a case that concerns Poland, or is it a global issue that young people don't want to get vaccinated? And another question that I would like to address to all of our panelists: what should we do to convince young people to get vaccinated? Madam?
Yeah, well, what we can say is that about 6 billion people have been vaccinated. So there is a lot of people that are getting the vaccines, that they feel they are safe, and vaccines is the best tool that we have to prevent infection. And we really, World Health Organization, myself, we really encourage everybody to get vaccinated. There is what we saw at the beginning of the pandemic is that people were scared of the vaccines. No, this vaccine was developed too fast. Are you sure that you have tested this vaccine? Why this vaccine is being done so fast and other vaccines have been done more slowly? So what happens? Did we skip some of the steps? And not. What happens is that with this vaccine, all the minds were put together in order to develop a vaccine as fast as possible. This is an unprecedented situation. Usually this type of virus does not create a pandemic. So we were in a situation where we really was, I think, greatly coordinated, and vaccines started to appear, and they have gone through all the safety that needs to go. Other reasons, and this is more especially in the youth, is that they feel, okay, I'm young, I'm invincible, I do exercise, I eat well, even if I get the disease, it will not be much. And I would like to say that, yes, like Pani professor said, is true. Young adults usually don't have a severe case, but it's not all the cases. It could be that you have either you end up being in the intensive care unit, or it could be that it could lead to death, or it could be to last effects that will last for many, many months, and we don't know, long-lasting COVID. So having the vaccine is the best source, is the best way to prevent it. And finally, there is also complacency, and say, okay, well, the numbers are going down, and now Poland is doing better, and if I go to a country, it will be the same. So people say, I don't need it. And these are the main reasons that we are seeing in Europe. There are other reasons, and certainly this is not a situation in Poland. It's a situation that we are seeing in other places. But in the other hand, there are people that are very compliant, that really want to get the vaccines, that they are getting it on time, and so that's also very encouraging. Around half of the population is vaccinated in Europe, and we need these numbers to continue, and I encourage everybody to get vaccinated.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani doktor.
Thank you so much, doctor. Unfortunately, in Poland, we have only 52% of people being vaccinated, maybe a little bit more, as I checked. Maybe with other methods, but with conference and promoting, we will get the level of Italy, where I think 70% of the society is vaccinated, because this country was so much impacted during the first wave. I think that those young people saw the scale of the tragedy with their own eyes. So maybe that's the reason. That's the main driver why the level of vaccination in Italy is so high. And now a question to Ms. Piekarska. What's your opinion? You are a representative of young people. You are a student, a doctor. Our future is in our future is in your hands as well. So how would you convince people in your age, because it still happens that those arguments are insufficient? Where people should we find information to convince young people? In Poland, the problem is that for many years, medical education is on an insufficient level. As a country, we need to focus on medical education. As the International Federation of Medicine Students, we're starting to promote this knowledge, but it's not enough. We need more support, we need more resources. In fact, we need to make young people aware that it's not only about them, it's about the whole society. Because, in fact, we need to take care of the others as well, our families, because they are also impacted by COVID-19. We have to remember about that. But we have those commercials on TV. And Dr. Paloma could see those huge billboards on the streets, also governmental ads encouraging young people to get vaccinated. We have influencer actors, celebrities convincing people to get vaccinated, and it doesn't work. Why are they not convinced? Why are they so hesitant?
Well, I will say is yes, there is a number of people that are still hesitant. But as people see that the vaccine is safe, there are more and more. But I think you are touching a very important topic, which is the misinformation. There is a lot of misinformation around. You go to one page and you read one thing, and you read things that are in favor of the vaccine, things that are against, and it gets very confusing. And we understand that there are sources of misinformation, and usually they are looking either for money or for chaos or for power. So we really need to understand what information are we reading, and I encourage everybody to always check the sources and who is providing you with information. Also understand that information about COVID changes, not because it's wrong, but because we are learning about coronavirus. Think what we knew about 2 years ago and what we knew now about the disease. So it's not that we are changing our minds, but we are including more information. So it's very important to know how to read, how to understand the information, and go to reliable sources. You can go to the World Health Organization. We provide information that is evidence-based. You can go to your page at the government and read information and really make it sure. Because this confusion sometimes is saying, okay, I don't believe anything because it's the information, but people need to learn to read information on the websites and understand and go always to reliable sources. And I think with that, we will also increase the understanding and the uptake of the vaccine.
Pani doktor, tutaj odnosząc się do tego, co powiedziała pani
Referring to what Dr. Paloma said, this information concerning the disease and disinformation about we have disinformation about many things, including COVID. We hear that one can die because of COVID. There's information that one can get cancer from the vaccination, that one can die after vaccination. And also, people are concerned that they don't know where the vaccination is coming from, that it might be dangerous, that it might have consequences in the future. I really like what you've just said, your idea that Polish society is very poorly educated when it comes to their own health, human health. So if from this meeting we would have a document, protocol, or a declaration, maybe Warsaw Declaration, to be blunt, there should be a provision that immediately we are asking for implementation to schools, a class called knowledge about health. Absolutely, because for many years it has been underestimated, and this area was not developed, and young people don't know anything about health, physiological, mechanisms. They don't know anything about HIV, STDs, their health, and we should start with young people. Now we have new curriculum at the schools, and we still don't have knowledge about health. And doctors have been asking for that for years because it's necessary, and this basic knowledge should be disseminated among young people. In the result, among others, we can allow young people, teenagers, to be a partner in discussion with their parents about vaccinations, because sometimes those young people would know even more than their parents, because vaccination among the youngest people is catastrophic, basically because those children are passive. They follow the parents' orders, and sometimes parents are anti vaccines and or have different opinions. So my first idea would be to implement these health studies at school. Another issue when it comes to young adults and older people in their 20s and 30s, I think we should use other informational channels. We can't reach out to those people as and allow an older man with gray hair to talk about things that they don't understand. So this information needs to be on Facebook, on Instagram. Authority is not the professor, but an influencer. So let's use those people. But sometimes it happens that they promote disinformation. So I don't know what to do to convince actors, influencers, celebrities to get some background, some knowledge to promote adequate knowledge and proper information. Young people, as I said, want information here and now, not during the visit with the doctor that they will have in 1 week. So using these new media channels is absolutely critical. There's one more issue when it comes to vaccination. The government has invented a lottery in which you can win a motorbike. Is it attractive for a young person? They can rent a bike at every corner of the street. It's not attractive. It's not an encouragement to get vaccinated. So we need other tools, other means, and other communication channels for young people, especially for them. Doctor, you have addressed the second panel concerning education. Thank you so much for this insight. I hope my colleagues will also address this issue in the panel titled Education, because I think that's the key. That's the so many problems around the globe are based on lack of education, and I think this is the key to solve those problems as a basis. Mariola, if you were to summarize in simple words, because I hope that a lot of young people are listening to us, high school students, university students, could you express that in simple language? How would you convince young people? Where can they find information, where they should search for information? Because I've heard some voices that people read leaflets because they're trying to learn. They're reading leaflets concerning vaccines, and there are a lot of contradictions or side effects being listed, and that's why they get suggested, or they focus on the most severe cases of complications after vaccination, or they get suggested by some gossips from newspapers or different gossip portals indicating that there are some complications or whatever. So how would you convince those young people? In fact, we need to search for information in reliable sources. We invite you to visit our website. We have specific campaign on COVID-19 as IFMSA Poland. You can find us on Facebook or on our website ifmsa.pl, and also medycynapraktyczna.pl for the patients. We have a lot of articles explaining all the vaccine-related problems. They happen, but those severe are a percentage of a percentage. So we don't need to be worried about that. We need to understand that what is happening with our body after the vaccination is in fact a normal mechanism. In the site of the injection, we are interfering into our tissues, so there might be a little bit of pain, there might be some fever because of the mechanism of action. But I would recommend young people to search for information on Instagram, but not at the influencers, but doctors. So I recommend, for example, Professor Filipiak, who has recently spoke at the inauguration of the academic year, and it was a fantastic lecture concerning COVID-19, and I think these are the sources that young people should learn from. I have some questions from people watching us live on Facebook, and one of the questions or statements concerns the fact that one of the main voices of anti-vaccination movement states that the vaccine is unhealthy, causes complication, is also that it's also one huge mystification created by pharmaceutical companies that want to make money on this vaccination. They want to make a lot of money, and they do make a lot of money. This is one of the argument. Maybe Dr. Paloma would like to reply to that, because you're a representative of WHO. Is it really an agreement of those pharma companies to take advantage of the people in this difficult time?
Yeah, well, I think we are seeing the results of using the vaccines. Like I said, more than 6 billion doses of vaccines has been placed with, and we see that the countries that are more vaccinated, we have less mortality and we have less severe cases. So you need to look at the facts, and you need to look at the figures. And we need to remember that vaccines, now is for COVID, but we have seen many of the diseases that have disappeared. Probably all of you are too young to remember when we had measles or polio, and we will see kids dying, or kids that they were with paralysis and they were sick for life, and like diphtheria, chickenpox. There are so many that have disappeared thanks to the vaccines. Of course, the vaccines, in the case of COVID, need to be used with other public health measures. I need to use my mask, I need to wash my hands, I need to keep the distance, I need to do everything possible. But vaccines is a very important tool that we have right now. And we need to, I encourage you, to really look how was the world before vaccinations. We have the same with the influenza vaccine. So many people die because, you get in with complications. And vaccines, the ones we have for COVID, they are not perfect. What they do is help you not to die, help you not to have a severe vaccines. There are others underway that will help us to prevent that I infect, if I get COVID, I infect anyone. But I really encourage everybody to get the vaccine for us and for the people that we love.
Dziękuję pani
Thank you
doktor,
very
to
much,
bardzo
madam.
ważne jest
It's
tutaj.
really important what you just said. Let me add that anti-vaxxers or anti-vaccination movements draw conclusions from incorrect sources, as you rightly pointed out. They are very selective. They pick up a single incident, which then they generalize. Somebody felt bad, well, that means that everybody will feel bad. That's one point. Second of all, anti-vaxxers very often use examples from Mexico. Somebody heard there was a 2-year-old who died after being vaccinated against measles. We don't know what kind of child that was, whether there is any causative a relationship, but it's put forward as a thesis, as the new truth. And from my experience, as right now I continuously work with COVID patients, I must say that over 90% of my patients who are in hospital today are people who are not vaccinated. And I keep asking them the same question, why didn't you get vaccinated? And I can't get a rational answer. People don't know what to say. And if you get an anti-vaxxer, he or she won't give you a rational answer either. It's something in the air, some misinformation, false truth. Everybody feels anxious. There's a common fear, and it's only based on emotions and not facts. Thank you for pointing that out. Right now, UN has a huge campaign on fake news. In other words, information that is not confirmed. The campaign is called Verified. Check what you read, check what you forward, check what you post. The campaign right now is the result of the fact that fake news exacerbated greatly during the COVID pandemic. Therefore, my question, from the perspective of a young person, a student, or even a middle school pupil who has this great need to meet people, to socialize, what to do to make meetings as safe as possible, not only for the people concerned, but also for relatives of youngsters who want to meet and go out. Right now, we are on the verge of the fourth wave of the pandemic. How to approach that, how to make meetings safe for people, how to make sure that we are able to take care of our mental health. Let me tell you that my next question to Dr. Cholewińska will concern mental health in the post-COVID era or the COVID era. Tell us something about your peers. Well, I must say that the pandemic generated a huge fear among young people. Fear is understood as a disease in psychiatry, but I also mean fear as a chronic condition, the fear that you will not be able to meet your friends, the fear about your future. Of course, for a young person, health in itself might be an abstract thing. People don't understand everything. However, the feeling of security is what I get when I'm with people, when I'm in a group of people. My friends give me the feeling of being secure. Lockdown, isolation, quarantine restricts that, and therefore I suffer. The suffering concerns not only who are ill, but also those who have to follow a variety of sanitary regimes. Indeed, for a young person, this can be a dramatic clash between sanitary recommendations. I wouldn't like to use the word order. Order is something that is not accepted by the young generation. People object to it immediately. They rebel against it. However, if you go soft, if you present recommendations, they are followed. And let me reiterate, education, education, education. We should show why mask is so useful. People only know that we are supposed to put on masks in specific places, but we should educate them how effective they are, how many particles go through. During my lectures, I have a slide concerning sneezing and the length, also actually the distance that might be dangerous when it comes to a person who is sneezing. It's 7 to 8 meters, and that's something that you should show. That's the distance that you should keep from a person who is sneezing, being well infected. That explains why they shouldn't meet people who are on quarantine, who are in isolation. So credible knowledge, education. In other words, they can meet, they should meet actually, but they should try to avoid people who sneeze and keep the sanitary regime. Indeed, washing your hands is not an abstract thing. When it comes to pathogens, our hands are abundant with them. Bacteria, viruses travel on our hands to the keyboard of our computer, to our smartphones, doorknobs, taps, etc. It is how the disease is communicated. That's why we should emphasize the importance of washing hands. not only washing, but actually disinfecting your hands.
Pani Mariola,
Mariola?
jak wygląda zdrowie psychiczne
What about the
pani
mental health
rówieśników?
of
Jak pani widzi,
your
czy są jakieś zmiany
peers?
wśród
Are there any changes when it comes to people around you? Well, sure, much has changed. I can say it from my own experience, from the experience of my group mates. Overnight, we were transferred to a different world, a world in which we wouldn't go out with people in the evening, in which we wouldn't attend the same classes, and that meant suffering. We had to isolate. Very often we were far away from our families, from our relatives, and that had a direct bearing on our mental health. To be frank, this doesn't only concern us, but also children who are left alone in hospitals, patients who faced the following situation. They had to spend time in hospitals alone. They were not able to get visits from their families and relatives. The element of isolation impacted their mental health heavily. And I think it had the gravest consequences for children. Children suffered the most. I see that there are so many people right now suffering from depression in the era of COVID. It is so visible. I'm really proud of the Medical University in Białystok, my university. We offered mental health assistance for students. Many students right now are able to benefit from that. There are other universities who follow suit, and indeed that's so important. It's so hard to get good mental health assistance in Poland right now. We know that the reason for the current situation is that there are really very few psychologists and psychiatrists in Poland. Let's also be frank. The ratio of adult people per one psychiatrist in Poland is dramatic, not to mention children. One psychiatrist should provide help to 30,000 children, so that is indeed shocking, and many psychiatrists right now are quitting and the children are left to themselves. Well, let me give you some data from the 116111 hotline for youth and children. For years, children and youngsters have been using the help offered by that hotline. The hotline itself is an NGO. For years, they have been financed from the state budget as well as from external means. Currently, the budget is shrinking. They were on the brink of getting closed. And let me emphasize that this is the one and only place where children who are experiencing major problems in their life can get real assistance. It's a 24/7 hotline offering help and assistance to children and youngsters. The statistics are as following: 2019, over 70,000 calls, 451 interventions. An intervention is understood as an employee of the hotline calling the police, the medical services, because life was at risk. Right now in 2020, and we're talking about the COVID pandemic, 451 interventions 2019 and 2020. The number almost doubled, 747 interventions in 2020. And let me emphasize, these are children who do harm to themselves, who have suicidal thoughts, who do self-harm and do commit suicides. The consequences for the society are dramatic. It's not only about one death, but tragedies concern entire families. And my question right now goes to you, madam. In your everyday work, you work with COVID patients who experience major health problems. What about secondary consequences of mental or psychiatric nature? As a doctor, as a medical professional, what's the impact of COVID on the society? What are the secondary consequences of that dreadful disease? Well, if you're down, if you're hospitalized, if you're using medical devices to help you breathe, you're suffering from pulmonary inflammation, and you don't get enough oxygen to your brain. That's why all secondary consequences depend on that mechanism of the disease itself. Of course, isolation in the hospital, the inability, as you stated, the inability to meet relatives, to meet the loved ones, inability to say goodbye to people when you're dying. It's a huge trauma for the family, but it's also a gigantic trauma for the patient, him or herself. Let me also draw your attention to the very act of dying. If there's a dying patient, sorry for being so blunt, the person is put into 2 plastic bags, no changing of clothes, in a funeral parlor, and that's how the person is put to the casket. The family can't see that person. The trauma for the society is gigantic. The same goes for the person who is dying. So if you're in a pharmacologically induced coma that may last 2-4 weeks, if you're cut off from the world entirely, if you're on a breathing support, then in the medical jargon, we would call it brain fog. It's a kind of state of vacuum. There's a vacuum in your memory, vacuum in your consciousness. You don't know what was happening with you for 4 weeks. All the consequences, PTSD, fear, anxiety, depressions, hypochondria-like conditions, panic, are so common right now. Many people suffer from it, not only those who experienced COVID, but also those who did not have it. As a result, intervention of a pharmacologist and a psychiatrist is needed. Above all, however, these people require somebody to help them go through the trauma. They need psychotherapy. And as you rightly pointed out, in Poland, unfortunately, everything that you might call psychiatric help or assistance belongs to the private sector. Perhaps there are a few programs sponsored by local governments. There is nothing permanent, nothing continuous like the hotline. Their financing is only for 1 or 3 years, and then when there's no money, they are faced with the question what to do. Clinical psychologists are not yet ready in Poland to face people like that, and 90% of psychotherapy centers are visited by young people who are 30, 40 something indeed. And one further point to raise would be suicides that you have pointed out. I read a scary article. Within the first 4 months of 2021 in Poland, there were 1,680 suicides. 4 months. And the number is the same like for the entire 2019. We know the numbers from police chronicles. Police is not there to identify the root cause of the suicide. They only identify the circumstances. However, in many cases, the reason was depression, stress, fear, loneliness. A young person was not able to withstand to suffer that much, and they require people. They are sociable. This is another area to be worked on, and that's a plea that goes to the public sector. We got so much focus. We said doctors have their diseases, what's happening with a human being, sleeplessness, etc., etc. That's not for us. We're not thinking about it. We are curing the kidneys, the heart.
And this is not a domain of the public healthcare for the health of the society. However, in big cities, people can find a psychotherapist, psychologist, but they won't find them in small towns or in the countryside or somewhere in eastern Poland. So those young people are left alone. So if we don't reach out to them, if we won't offer them anything, give them some kind of help, they won't come to us themselves. So you've mentioned, and Ms. Mariola also mentioned during this panel, that education is critical. So we are entering the competences of the second panel. I'm sorry to add something, education of teachers as well. The teachers should be able to see that something is happening with a child, as the teacher should be the first one to react. Maybe a parent would be able to see, or the family is dysfunctional, or the kid doesn't spend much time at home because, for example, the atmosphere is negative. The teachers should be the first one to see, and they don't have the knowledge. So I think education among teachers is necessary. So let me ask you, where are you invited most often as speakers, as experts? Are these qualified universities or maybe conferences, let's say, for specialists and experts? Or, like in our case, we want to reach out to young people, to youngsters, young adults, and this conference is especially for them. Are there many cases of something like that? When it comes to education, someone needs to reach out and ask for an expert to come over and educate the people. Dr. Paloma, what's your situation?
Yeah, well, what I want to say is that with the COVID, we have seen the COVID has made worse a problem that we have in society, which is addressing mental health, and especially there is a need to address mental health of the youth, children and adolescents, and respond. There is one part that is important. We mentioned all the attention and the help that is provided by the health providers. Also, education is important, but I think is another element, another important pillar is the community. And it's very important that we are alert. You have your friends, and you can see if your friend is down, or your friend is less talkative, or your friend is not interacting, or especially if you don't have someone to talk, you might feel isolated, you might feel lonely. And these are things that we can detect, and we can talk to tell the teachers or tell the parents that you see one of the kids that is, you see a change of behavior, and especially, in youth, there is all these changes that probably many of our audiences are going through. No, you are questioning your life, you are questioning who you are, so many things. And it's very important that you have someone to talk to. So community is a big support, and in addition to the resources that you can have within the services and psychiatrists, but to reach out. And I will encourage, we all love internet, we all love to wave the page, but nothing takes human interaction. And I know that we are with COVID and we need to have restrictions, but there are things that we can go. I think COVID is showing how important it is to have a normal life. And we can go outside, we can take walks, we can go swimming. Now it's cold, but we can exercise, biking. It helps so much your well-being and feeling better. So we need to think of doing things outdoor. We can still go for a walk with our friends. We can go to the forest. You have wonderful forest in Poland. So take a walk with your friends and try to enjoy. It's yes, COVID is here, but with the right protections, we can do many things, and that will help us to boost our spirit and feel better.
Pani doktor, dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you so much. You've also noticed that our society should notice, or we should address those issues when it comes to our problems, to allow others to see the problem and signal the problematic situation. Recently, among very close friends, I had cases of my friends noticing problem with their kid, and they took the kid to the psychiatric emergency, and they were just sent back home when the child had emotional problems, and they were just sent back home. So this assistance, this help, is not sufficient. Even if we reach out for help, even when we know where we should ask for help, there's no help to offer. So I think the only thing we can do is demand to improve the situation of mental health care and access to psychiatrists, because I understand that if someone has COVID-19 or is really sick, a special ambulance comes over and this person is taken to the hospital. Let me ask in other words, what are the consequences of such critical experience of the PTSD after COVID-19? PTSD were normally connotated with war, with soldiers. So people that survived COVID-19 are like soldiers, like survivors. Yes, it's a very significant stressor, a very significant trigger. ICU unit, someone that went through intensive therapy has a very mm, strong anxiety and it's difficult to get rid of it. So this is something that needs to be worked upon with a psychologist, therapist, or also requires pharmacological intervention. We have insufficient number of children psychologists, and there's no green light in the Ministry of Health to open special specializations when it comes to children psychiatry. Maybe we could open this path and make this solution pretty attractive to attract young doctors to specialize in children psychiatry. Maybe we should show the benefits, provide also financial incentives, and maybe that would be the way to improve the situation of children psychiatry. Of course, it takes time because it takes several years to form as psychiatrist. I I agree that the community is very important. However, in order to achieve the community effect, we need to have very well functioning NGOs. Poland is very specific. Polish family stays at home. They don't reach out. They stay in their four walls. We are not really open. These young people are a bit different, but when we talk about families, normally you come home to spend with your mom, you spend Christmas with your family, and you don't really connect with others. So I think this wide community, which is well organized, for example, in Switzerland, the Netherlands, for people with addictions, with drugs or alcohol, that works pretty well. And we can't get through in Poland because that's our awareness, that's type of mentality. Young people, as you said, are becoming more and more open because, in fact, until now, there was this conviction that you shouldn't say anything to anyone what is happening at home. And this telephone 116, 111, please write it down. I hope you won't need it in the future. I hope you would never need to give this helpline number in the future. However, it's worth to know. It's worth knowing that there is such an option, possibility of calling this helpline and getting help. I think that it would be great mentioning how, because we've tried to approach this subject, how to convince young people to get vaccinated. I'm still missing the reply. We've said that maybe the influencers, that maybe the celebrities should promote vaccination. The government was trying to take advantage of the influencer. Mariola talked about the website of WHO, when you can find very detailed information presented in a very simple manner with graphics, with very short articles, how to wear a mask, how to behave, for example, in public transport, why should we get vaccinated, why those vaccines are not dangerous as some people think. I'm not sure if you know maybe Dr. Paloma could say that, because you've mentioned that thanks to vaccination, we don't have diseases like measles or Jaime Medina. So these were terrible diseases that we had in the past with consequences for the entire life. But I think that right now, thanks to vaccinations and medical development and those new vaccines that can be generated during several months, we have also vaccine for malaria. It was, I think, approved recently, and the world was fighting with malaria for years, for decades. So it's a fantastic news that we have a vaccine for malaria. And one more thing that maybe I would like to hear. I'm not a doctor. I'm the only person that's not a doctor in this panel. And I would like to notice that when you go to a doctor, when you have a surgery, for example, for anything simple, it's not even a surgery. For example, we have appendectomy, and we get anesthesia. We don't change all the uh, potential adverse effects or consequences for the entire life. We just trust the doctor. I think that's the message. Let's trust the physicians. Let's trust the doctors. We can't know everything about everything. We can't read everything on the internet. So I think this is my message to the audience, people listening to us. I encourage you to invite experts, organize conferences, disseminate knowledge, organize meetings, ask questions. We're here for you in order to provide you with more knowledge. You don't have to search for knowledge somewhere in the internet when it's not verified. Just reach out to us and we'll try to provide you with the information. Dr. Paloma, maybe something with the efficacy of this new vaccine for malaria. That's very interesting.
I mean, it's certainly is a breakthrough. You know, so many people dying from malaria, so many families that these are fantastic news. But I want to continue with COVID because we are here for COVID and really encourage the vaccines are safe. We follow them from development, research, production, when they are produced until they get to the arm of a person. And vaccines is one of the greatest tools we have today to fight COVID. Nobody is invincible. Everybody can get COVID, and it can be, you can be lucky and be just COVID and be just a hiccup in your life, but it could be really hard and have long-time consequences. So look for information that is evidence-based, that comes from research, that is sound, and get infected. I'm sorry, and get the vaccine, get the injection. And if you have any doubt, reach to any of us, and really we will respond and we will provide information that you need. But please get vaccinated.
Na koniec może zadam takie pytanie,
Let me
czy
ask the
płyną
following
jakieś
questions.
pozytywy
Are there
z
any
tego, co się
positive
zadziało w
lessons
związku z
learned
COVID-em pod kątem
from
zdrowia?
the COVID
W związku
pandemic
powiedziałam o tym, że
in the
jakby
context of health?
ruszyły się
I've
badania mocno i
reiterated
wymyślane są
that
kolejne
it was a
szczepionki.
boost for
Może pani,
research on
Maria.
vaccination. Mariola? Well, from the perspective of IFMSA, there is indeed a positive stimulus. We have more and more universities contacting us, asking for classes, for workshops. We offer peer education. We go to schools to talk to students, pupils about a variety of different topics, not only COVID-19, but also reproductive health, public health, you name it. Indeed, COVID was a huge stimulus for us. Thanks to the pandemic, we have better access to schools, which is good for education. We are present in major cities such as Warsaw, Białystok, Gdańsk. Thanks to remote education, we are able to get to schools in towns or even rural areas, which is a very positive aspect of our functioning. Madam? Well, I work in a hospital among medical professionals, and it is here that I'm supposed to look for positive aspects of COVID. Undoubtedly, there is a benefit, namely mobilization of the medical milieu when it comes to following sanitary standards. In the past, we would cut corners, hospital-acquired infections, dirty hands. You wouldn't actually talk openly about it. Now it is of great importance. Nurses, doctors had to learn to do it, and we have to respect it. We have to respect the rules to ensure the well-being of patients and the environment. And this is here to stay, undoubtedly. We do wash our hands regularly. You get disinfected. We wear protective clothes. That's a lesson learned. However, the informative aspect that you mentioned is vital. We should focus on benefits of vaccines. We shouldn't talk about adverse effects. Leave it to doctors, to specialists. That's their job. Publicly, however, in the official discourse, we should focus on benefits of vaccines. You, madam, mentioned it as well. In my lectures, I often present a slide related to eradication of chickenpox, of measles, of polio. Let's think of the past pandemics of diseases that we were able to eradicate. Let's focus on these positive examples. That's the right way to go. We shouldn't pick negative aspects, multiply the negative messages. That confuses people. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. I would like to invite you to the next panel devoted to education. And we are open for your questions, so you can ask your questions on Facebook. And we are in touch. Thank you. The educational loss caused by the pandemic is rooted in temporary or permanent closure of schools and universities. In the light of contemporary research, remote learning is not as effective as regular classes, coupled up with exacerbating educational gap between the less and the more privileged. As a consequence of COVID-19, the return on investment in education is getting impacted during the entire working life, which is 40 to 45 years. The entire global loss will cost the young generation $23 trillion. And to translate that into a language that is closer to us, that's 6% less when it comes to our salaries. Thank you very much for that introduction. Well, the first panel focused on health. The time is now to focus on education. My name is Adam Dziedzic, and I'll be the moderator of this panel. Together with me, I have Aleksandra Pepłowska, member of the Council of the Parliament of Students of the Republic of Poland, Anna Wawdysz, plenipotentiary of the Mayor of Poznań for Youth and Academic Cooperation, Maria Andrzejewska, Director General of the UNEP Group Center Warsaw, and Łukasz Rzepecki, advisor to the President of the Republic of Poland for Youth. Hello. Well, let's get down to the nitty-gritty of our panel, and my first question is addressed to all of the panelists. Let me start with Aleksandra, and the question goes, is remote education something that we've all experienced recently? Was it able to create so-called COVID generation? And is the COVID generation lagging behind all those who did not have any e-learning experience? Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Well, when I first came across that question, because it's not the first time that I hear it, I was sure that the answer should be no. When it comes to the backlog, I was not able to imagine that we could state that people who were learning remotely was actually able to lose anything. However, from the perspective of the Parliament of the Students of the Republic of Poland, and bearing in mind the fact that we've had brick and mortar, so traditional events for a couple of months now, we are meeting with students from the entire country, from the first grade, second grade, third grade, and the alumni of our organization. And as a result of that, I must leave you without any direct answer. It's too early. It's too early for us to say whether the answer is yes or no. And additionally, it's more and more problematic to state who belongs to the COVID generation. Let us not forget that each and every person had a different experience of e-education. On one hand, we are dealing with a great achievement, digitalization of schools and universities. Undoubtedly, as I said, this is an achievement. There's a flip side, however. What is alarming is the fact that when it comes, for instance, to our organization, when we were carrying out our survey in the initial months of e-learning, over 50% of our students declared that they were not satisfied with e-learning. And we had over 4,000 respondents in our survey entitled The True Nature of Remote Learning. This is indeed alarming. We cannot state that there was no backlog. The COVID generation is not lagging behind. And to summarize, I wish we could slowly forget about COVID as a challenge right now. The key challenge will be to draw the right conclusions, to focus on the lessons learned. That's something that we should be focusing on right now. And only once we have the lessons learned will we be able to credibly respond to the question that you asked. As of today, on behalf of the Parliament of the Students of the Republic of Poland, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that it's not yet the time to respond to that question. We are not yet there, but it's a time for all of us to think what we did well, to draw conclusions, and to make the pandemic not prevent us from going forward, from progressing. Well, when it comes to conclusions and lessons learned, that's something that we will focus in a sec, undoubtedly. I will include myself to the 50% that you mentioned, and I do feel sorry for all those who started their studies in the last 2 years. The same goes for schools. Anna, you work with students with middle school pupils. Well, indeed, I asked youngsters about their perspective. Now we can look in hindsight and say that we have grown accustomed to the pandemic, if I call it that way. We've tamed remote learning, and we had a variety of opinions indeed. There were those who said that right now, when we're back in schools, there is a tremendous backlog. People are not able to catch up. And they see how much time and energy has to be devoted to private lessons to simply speed up. There are people in the classes who feel they are worse, they are behind because they were not able to focus, to concentrate, didn't have self-motivation during e-learning, to follow the lessons during the remote learning period. On the other hand, there are those who say that thanks to remote learning, they were able to focus better. They had time to get a proper sleep. They had time for their passions and hobbies. Indeed, the opinions were varied, and I dare say that it depends on the character of the person, the skills and abilities, the ability to self-motivate, and the general tolerance against isolation. However, still, vast majority of people are lagging behind because of remote learning. They're also experiencing problems right now when it comes to catching up. In my view, there were several stressors that occurred during that time. It was not only the pandemic and the ensuing lockdown, it was also the anxiety about your own life, the health of your relatives. Add on top of that our fossilized Prussian educational system that we've been struggling with for 2 centuries now. It didn't work well. This was a litmus test and we didn't pass the test. The pandemic just exacerbated certain problems. We had ministerial reforms resulting in strikes of teachers even before the pandemic. So if you were in the final year of your high school, you had another stressor, strikes of the teachers, then you would continue your education and face e-learning and lockdown. Indeed, the situation was extremely stressful. Add to that the stress related to the climate situation. Young people are experiencing it and they're very vocal about it. We shouldn't be surprised that at least 25% of youngsters are experiencing mental problems. We heard about it in the previous panel. In my opinion, the key need right now is to provide ad hoc assistance and help of psychological nature for young people. However, as you rightly pointed out, I wouldn't call this generation a lost generation or a generation that is lagging behind. Not at all. Young people are wonderful, not only in Poznań, but also in other cities. We do cooperate with other cities as well. Youngsters are not passive, they are active, they want to be vocal, they want to make their voice heard, and the only thing that we should do is to listen to them. Indeed, mental health is a topic that has been emphasized in the first panel. All panelists spoke about it. Climate education will be present in our panel, so we will marry these two issues. And now we are about to talk about climate education in a second. Maria, what does it look like from your perspective? And indeed, this is a slightly different perspective. Well, I can only echo the words of my 4 speakers. We look at it from a slightly different perspective as well. We are an organization that has for 3 decades been focusing on ecological education. That was the name we would use for years. Right now, we talk about climate-related education. We are trying to respond to a very specific threat. We are, however, not only facing climate crisis, but also pollution crisis, biodiversity crisis. Indeed, ecological education would be a broader term. From our perspective, Normally, we would see young people in the field doing something related to our topics. What we would always strive at with teachers was to have activities that were focusing on analyzing data, ability to draw conclusions, collection of data, and of course the pandemic made it impossible. People were not able to work in the field to carry out traditional research, traditional environmental research. That's what we would do with our schools in the past. On the other hand, however, it's hard to say that this is a lost generation. Absolutely not. You cannot summarize it that way. However, people who are more independent, more creative, could spread their wings. For them, this was a chance to deepen their knowledge. They had the opportunity to do so. They changed their perception of technologies that they wouldn't normally use before. Right now, technology is not only cyberspace for games and for free time. The internet is a place where you get your information from, and it's a necessity to use digital tools. I would, however, also like to include teachers into the picture. We haven't mentioned them until now. For me, this is inseparably connected with education. Frankly speaking, the pandemic was not a blessing in disguise. I wouldn't call it that way. However, it changed the approach of teachers to the process of teaching. It opened those who were reluctant to new technologies, who were afraid of computers and digital tools. People were simply forced to do so, and now teachers discovered that there's a plethora of possibilities to prepare classes. Currently, we are able to be more interdisciplinary in our activities, and this is indeed key when it comes to climate education. However, mental health is vital. Our conclusion would be that lack of contact with nature also contributed to worsening of mental health, depression, alienation, etc. And indeed, these are the negative aspects. Let us just hope that we will be able to change that soon.
Of course, we have a lot of negative aspects, but I hope we'll have a positive accent at the end of our panel. The same question to Łukasz, who has performed more than 160 meetings with a young people organization. So, what do young people say? Do they really feel that they were left behind versus the people that started before COVID? The ladies, Adam, also your organization, United Nations Association Poland, took part in the consultations. Thank you so much. I would like to thank your organization, also all the other organizations. It's a very important experience for me as a young person, advisor of the President Andrzej Duda for youth. We have consulted 160 organizations, and one of the main topics was the subject of education. So in the framework of the Youth Council for the President, you are a member of this council as well. I'm the president of this council, and we are going to address these aspects. The pandemic of coronavirus revealed those problems and underscored those problems that young people were facing, as well as the teachers on my side. From my side, I wanted to congratulate and thank the teachers for being able to deal with this very difficult period of the pandemic. Why was it difficult? Because despite of what was happening with people that were getting sick, were dying, it was something new. It was a totally new situation that we needed to face. And I would like to thank the pupils students and parents that were supporting, assisting, helping, and they keep on doing that when it comes to remote teaching. And let's remember that young people, on one hand, after the primary school, secondary school, when they go to the university during the pandemic, they didn't know what are they going to deal with. So when young people came to the presidential palace for consultations, they said that for a year they haven't seen their colleagues, their friends. Same happens with the younger generation that was locked up at homes and they didn't have the possibility of playing and meeting their colleagues. It's very important for the youngest generation, obviously. Young pupils in primary and secondary schools, they were complaining about the digital exclusion, that in those small towns, in rural areas, there was insufficient access to the internet. Przemysław Czarnek, the Minister of Education and Science, announced increase of investment to combat digital exclusion. It's more than a 1 billion zloty. So the government and the president know those problems and they react. When it comes to elder students, university students, despite of experiencing those problems, they also saw some positive sides. They said that during lectures, they didn't have to be at the university uh, physically. They could spend time outside of the university and save time on commuting. So, from this perspective, it might be positive. So, it's difficult to give one answer if this generation was left behind. From my perspective, I can say that I've managed to graduate from law. It wasn't an easy time, so I encourage young people to get vaccinated. I'm vaccinated with 2 doses of the vaccine, so I think it's the best way to get over coronavirus. And there's one more aspect in this question: the quality of education. The quality of education um, is much better when it's not remote. So my meetings with young people at the palace, they were taking place physically. Those meetings were much more dynamic, much more involving versus video conference. So I was saying every time, so if there's a chance, let's meet physically. I would like to invite everyone to come over to the presidential palace to speak in the same space, because it's much better. Another important thing is that for me is that we are trying to get over the pandemic. Unfortunately, this pandemic is still a threat, but we are doing everything to face it, not only in Poland, Europe, but all over the world. As it was mentioned, vaccines are the most important tools to get over the coronavirus pandemic. And one more sentence in the end, because the ladies mentioned the support of psychologists, psychiatrists. It was also addressed, and the president, after the conversation with the prime minister, gathered 220 million zloty for support of children, young adults, and students. There was a meeting with the president and minister of education and five biggest student associations. We had the pleasure of talking about supporting students. We had meetings with students associations, students parliament, association of student initiatives, etc. So those activities take place. We remember about the youth, we remember about the youngest, we remember about the students, and we're doing everything to support them. You somehow replied to the question that was already placed in the comments. So, how remote teaching impacts the quality of teaching? So, you said it's incomparable. And there were also students We have several questions to you, but let me address, Alexandra, a question to you from the audience. In your perception, is it that the e-learning is the future of education? Do you think that in the future we are going to have more and more remote education elements? Because as it was said, it's more convenient for the students. They can connect it with work. It's just easier. What's your opinion? Unfortunately, I can't give you a very specific and conclusive reply because I can't talk in the name of all the students. We have economy students, and they were happy to be able to participate in lectures remotely. But we also have engineering and technical students that needed to go to the lab. They had practical classes, and they will never be substituted with remote teaching. So I can't give you the reply in the name of all the students. There are benefits and disadvantages, but I need to say that currently we are at the stage where students are also part of groups uh, of Polish accreditation commission. Our voice is taken under consideration, so we are responsible for observation in criterion 8, so support of students. So we notice those good practices. However, we have some concerns when it comes to the quality of teaching. But it's being discussed currently among the group of experts. We are able to consult it with the support of Mateusz Borkowski, the president and the of the association, and also coordinator for students affairs. So we are at the stage of observing how it looks like right now. There are universities that went into the hybrid mode. Some universities work remotely, 100%. So we should wait one more academic year to draw a conclusion. However, I need to say that we are able to indicate those good practices, what was successful in remote teaching, and also we can indicate disadvantages and things that might leave the COVID generation behind. I'm part of this generation. I'm really happy that you haven't replied to this question because it indicates that as the student parliament, you focus on consultations and representing everyone uh, without consulting everything with people that you represent. I think in public debate, this is something that we really need. So thank you. We talked about climate education. Let me get back to this subject. It's been said in Poland, maybe not for a long time, but recently this debate has developed, and this aspect is becoming more and more visible in media. However, there was a question posed. During the pandemic, all the conferences, congresses, maybe uh, focused on the pandemic, on health, and I think those issues of the climate crisis were underestimated. They faded. So have we forgotten about the environmental issues, environmental education, or the contrary is becoming more and more prevalent? What's your opinion? While I was listening to your question, I need to say that we live in different bubbles because I have a sensation that everyone's only talking about the climate crisis and other crises because basically these are the conferences and congresses that I attend. This is the core of our activity, really. So I think the question that you've asked, we might give you a simple reply. I think it's going to be an even more significant subject. It's a subject that is going to be in the media constantly. Of course, many organizations and institutions support this subject because it's something that concerns activities of self-governments, governments, NGOs. We are going to have COP conference shortly, so everything's interconnected. Of course, education is extremely important. It's critical. Climate education. It's a common term. Once we had ecological education, it wasn't that much embedded into the curriculum. And now schools operate only based on curriculum. That's the basic issue. So just to fulfill the curriculum, because if it's not performed, and it's going to be on the exam, so there's no time to involve activities that will concern merging knowledge from different fields. There's an American program initiated I think in 1994 by Al Gore. It's called Global Learning for Benefiting the Environment. It's a global program involving currently, I'm not sure if it hasn't changed. It involves 100 countries, over 1 million students, and it's based on specific principles, so this research was comparable independently to the location. And this program was launched in 1994, so it's more than 30 years. In Poland, we had more than 100 schools involved, so we had special environmental camps and the various activities concerning this subject. So I really want the slogan of education to cover the things that we've been doing for years, actually. I wanted to ask a follow-up question. It's an important subject, attractive subject, but is it realistic in current situation, in this situation when we struggle with many other things at school? Is it something as feasible shortly? I think that currently it's really difficult to execute those activities at schools as they are right now, because the curriculum is the basis that the teachers need to concentrate on, and climate education is an ecological education is an interdisciplinary endeavor connecting subjects from different fields, cooperation with English teacher or involving someone performing other duties at school. So because that concerns many different fields, not only understanding phenomena and their interrelations, but also human behavior and the human impact on those things. So it's a very comprehensive subject, and it can't be done during 45 minutes. So it's important to implement maybe project blocks, so working on projects, because working on projects is nothing new when it comes to education. However, we should focus on indicating projects that could be executed in a wider time perspective. It's not about the teacher speaking and children listening. Children should also be able to work and present their work. The idea of GLOBE program, to observe, measure, present hypotheses, draw conclusions, and present it. It always works, and it's been done for 25 years in the framework of this program, and it worked great, because if young people don't involve directly, they might maybe understand something and even remember for a while, but only when they perform specific work, draw conclusions, perform analysis, this is when it stays forever.
Indeed, the combination with practice is key, being interdisciplinary approach as well, like you rightly pointed out. That, however, makes it necessary to engage a number of different entities, schools, ministries, the president. I'm happy that the council that Łukasz mentioned, and I don't know if I'm allowed to openly say, is going to focus on climate education. That's something that we will be focusing on as well. However, education is not only education in the school. Apart from that, we have so-called social education. I know that in Poznań, youngsters get huge support from local governments. There are NGOs run by young people. Anya, could you share with us some specific examples or even projects that have already been implemented by young people in Poznań? Or perhaps tell us something that is in the pipeline. Indeed, civic education sometimes is present in the school. However, what I understood is extramural classes, non-curriculum classes. I think in itself it might be an issue. Civic education should be the absolute basis. Our awareness of our civic rights determines the world we live in and whether we are happy in it or not. I find it totally ununderstandable why civic education, anti-discriminatory education, human rights education, tolerance, combating exclusion and discrimination, or good sex education, climate education, why are these topics pushed outside of the school building? They are, in a way, additional. Indeed, local governments sometimes support it. Indeed, if the recent idea to reform the educational system goes live, and NGOs won't be able to access schools, or schools will not be able to decide who to invite for such classes, which will mean that interesting experts will not be able to get an invite, as they are considered persona non grata by the schooling system, then we are facing a huge problem. Now we keep emphasizing that civic education is needed. What will happen next? I don't know. However, let me get back to the core. A lot is happening. Civic education also means fostering entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship not only understood from the business perspective, but also entrepreneurship is about being able to manage your life, to manage your time, to motivate yourself, to be willing to collaborate and co-create, but also to shoulder the responsibility for our common good. This is what a variety of participation budgets, civic budgets are aimed for. In Poznań, we also have them. You can use the money from such budgets in two ways. You can either cooperate with NGOs, and such cooperation is based on grants. The NGO is then able to pursue such activities, for instance, in schools, or, and that's precisely what we are doing here, you can directly support schools with money, which means direct shifting of money from the local budget to the budget of the school. We are pursuing both paths. Many cities do that as well. The idea is not new, so there is no need to reinvent the wheel. What can be interesting, however, what we are still learning is the ability to let youngsters go and let them act and refrain from interfering. Of course, there is a huge temptation when you allocate a grant for an interesting project. You feel tempted to keep assisting. That's not the right way to go. Young people have wonderful ideas. They are able to self-organize and they are able to implement projects on their own. Our role, irrespective of whether we are the city authorities or teachers or caretakers, our role is that of a mentor. We should be the source of support to those who want to be active, who have some questions or doubts. Perhaps we should be a facilitator of sorts. We should make sure that the communication processes run smoothly, but we haven't got the right to intervene. Very often we organize workshops for students, pupils, but also for caretakers and educators. I remember one educator with a great experience and a person who was able to cooperate with students greatly. At the end of the workshops, she said she was too active, she was too helpful. She should give people more space. If they do something differently than we imagined, it doesn't mean it's worse, it's simply different. And even if they trip, even if it's not perfect, they will learn from their own mistakes and they will be able to draw conclusions. That's another element of civic education. Furthermore, we work with the council of the city of Poznań. It is phenomenal, and Poznań, I can only attest to that. We are very active, and the pandemic did not stop their activities. Quite on the contrary, there were more projects than before. There are many different kinds of activities, be that charity collections or meetings with interesting people. However, recently there was another interesting project that the Youth Council got engaged in, the so-called temporary assistance point combating menstruation poverty, with the support of the city and with the support of Akcja Menstruacja organization. It was possible to include a number of secondary schools in a project under which hygienic items are provided to girls who menstruate. And I must say that it wasn't so easy to go live with that project. Not everybody was on board from the very beginning. However, the Youth Council was able to make young people enthusiastic about it. Another project that I would like to mention is the Congress of Students Self-Government Organizations. It's a huge event. They do it on their own. Of course, they do receive financial and logistic support from us. However, when it comes to the nature and the character of the event, they decided about it, they invite the speakers, and they do it their way. And last but not least, I would like to mention the Poznań League of Oxford Debates. Indeed, that's a very useful project implemented by Projekty Edukacyjne, Educational Projects Foundation. Secondary school students learn to debate, learn the culture of public debate, and indeed that is so needed in Poland nowadays. What is more, they are generate future leaders of debate, of civic life for Poland. That was just a handful of examples. I could keep on talking about it, but I know the time is running out. Thank you very much. So you're focusing on bottom-up initiatives, like you said, to let the youngsters act. I do encourage everybody who is listening to us and watching us online to be civically active, to create NGOs, to be active in your local communities. There are good examples in Poland. Let me just mention Lublin, a city which, thanks to the endeavors of the Youth Council of the city of Lublin, was awarded the title of the European Youth Capital for the year 2023. Polish youth is very active. We are achieving so much. We are receiving more and more questions. One is addressed to Łukasz. You mentioned mental psychiatric support for youngsters in a fund that was set up. Let me continue along that line. How to ensure psychosocial development to young people who are learning remotely. You mentioned that in your utterance. You mentioned the meetings that were organized with the Parliament of the Students, with the self-government of the students. Could you elaborate on that? Well, Madam, you actually stole the topic from me. As a young person, I am experiencing 99% of the things that you spoke about. I remember meetings with the youngsters from Poland, tremendously interesting. The same can be said about all meetings with youth councils from Poland, and therefore I'm particularly glad that we have more and more youth councils. On the 1st of June this year, our president signed an act that should strengthen the support of young youth councils. They are so important. I remember when I was 18, I became a local councillor. I ran in the elections with practically no chances, but I was able to talk to young people, to my peers, and also people who are a bit older than I was. And I remember that through dialogue and through communication, we were able to develop solutions. And when I was elected to be local councillor, I was able to translate them into specific investments, smaller, bigger, well, that varied. I was elected in a small town of around 20,000 inhabitants. And the same goes for the consultations in the presidential palace. What was key for me was dialogue, communication, so that young people could have their voice heard, could speak about specific topics, could present their ideas, their solutions. But also, I wanted to give them a chance to speak freely. President Duda, during the Thursday opening meeting of the Youth Council, said something very important. The Council can have no taboo topics, and there will not be any taboo topics. And this is my personal endeavor. Young people want to talk about topics that are of importance to them. They want us to give them a chance to be heard, to act, to give them space to pursue their own dreams. Young people know what they want to do. They are very ambitious, and it all has to happen within the limits of debate. And the example you gave of Oxford debate is very much to the point. We had two Oxford debates in the presidential palace until now, and we will continue that. It is so important to have a debate, reaction, counter-reaction, thesis, hypothesis, to work out specific solutions of systemic nature for the young people. When it comes to Lublin, we have a representative of the Youth Council of Lublin working with the president. She is part of the consulting and advisory body to the president of the Republic of Poland. This is the first in history such body of young people. The aim would be to work on specific legislative projects. One of the prerogatives of our president is legislative initiative, and under that project, we young people could be able to embark on a number of interesting initiatives, charities, etc. And when it comes to psychological and psychiatric support, I'm so happy that we are where we are. Right now, we heard that there is a huge spike in the number of infections, but we are still able to go to schools. We are not learning remotely. I'm so happy that not only children, but also young people, teenagers are able to attend regular classes in schools. I'm really happy that they are able to follow the curriculum in brick-and-mortar schools, keeping contact with their peers. If it so happens that they will have to switch to remote learning or hybrid learning, we have to do everything possible. We have to make sure that all organizations who provide mental and psychological assistance to make sure that young people can find help if needed, that they know how to reach a psychologist or psychiatrist. We should also work on the associations with the word related to the word shrink. What we heard in our consultations is that young people feel embarrassed to talk about their problems, their aches and woes, and very often when isolated, they suffer greatly. Therefore, it's important to reach them through teachers, through parents. Young people spend time with their parents every day, but still, during the consultations, we could sense that they would rather talk to their friends about help. That's okay, but friends should also be able to come up
przedstawiały
with solutions,
pozytywne, dobre dla nich,
solutions that are
ale
positive, that
myślę,
are
że w pierwszej
good.
kolejności właśnie tutaj rola rodziców,
However,
rola
I cannot
psychologów,
emphasize the
rola
role of
psychiatrów jest niezwykle
parents,
ważna i
psychiatrists, and
potrzebna. No
psychologists
i
enough. They
mam
are so
nadzieję,
needed,
że
and
już
I hope that
ta kolejna fala
the next wave of the
pandemii
pandemic
koronawirusa, no nie
of
spowoduje tego,
COVID-19
że
will
młodzi
not
ludzie
result in a
znów
situation
wejdą
in
w
which
tą
young
naukę
people
zdalną,
will
tylko
have to
mimo
learn
wszystko
remotely only.
pozostaniemy w nauce
I hope that we will be
stacjonarnej,
able to
bo to, co
learn
się
in
również
a
przewijało
regular
w moich konsultacji młodych w pałacu,
way.
to
What I
to,
also heard
że
during the
w czasie
consultations is
nauki
that
zdalnej
during remote learning,
było o wiele
there
więcej
were many more
teorii, a mniej praktyki, a młodzi potrzebują
lessons
o
which
wiele
were
więcej
purely
praktyki,
theoretical in nature.
mniej
There was not
teorii
enough
i
practice, and what the
takiej
youngsters
samorealizacji
need is quite the
i
contrary: more
działania.
practice, less
I
theory,
to
and
trzeba im
ability
dać
to
i myślę, jestem o tym przekonany, że Rada do Spraw Młodzieży to
pursue
im
one's
umożliwi,
plans.
że to
I'm sure
będzie
that
to
the
gremium, że jest to
council
gremium,
will help us
które
get there.
będzie
I'm sure that this will be the
zapraszało
body that will invite
organizacje młodzieżowe, młode osoby,
organizations
które będą
representing
chciały przedstawić
young
swoje
people
inicjatywy,
to present their
pomysły,
initiatives,
problemy i będziemy
problems,
wspólnie to
and then
działanie
together we
rozwiązywać
will
i
solve these
przekazywać
problems
wnioski z tych
and
spotkań panu
present the conclusions from our meetings to the president.
I think that in all your statements we can agree that we need to connect theory and practice in area of climate education and also general education, if I may say so. You have mentioned about students, about preparation for future professional work. So another question from the audience to the representative of the students. Maybe you'll be able to reply more specifically right now. This question is interesting. How isolation of this young generation might impact their operating on the labor market. We're entering the next panel, which will start shortly, this subject. So just 2-minute reply, and then we will summarize everything. It's not an easy question, but on the other hand, I'm happy that you posted this question because Parliament of Students had a really difficult task this year. In the framework of this initiative, we have organized program Young People on the Labor Market, and while preparing the concept of the project, we've had a problem with addressing the project to the entirety of young people because it's difficult to give a specific solution to someone who wants to be a doctor, lawyer, or economist. So first of all, please have a look at the very low level of social competences in result of the isolation. That translates into our capabilities on the labor market. So we have started to pay attention to soft skills, social competences, so how we present our ideas, how we argument, and I'm happy that during this debate we provided so much information that we like to have a dialogue, present our ideas, have a discussion, but please remember that young people are very impatient and we don't like to talk only. We need specific actions, we need tangible activities, and we like to be involved in these tangible solutions. So we've noticed a very significant problem in the framework of this isolation and spending so much time at home at the beginning of e-learning and then preparation for the final secondary program. Their involvement in social activities faded. I'm not going to be idealistic here. We're trying to have a positive approach, but we receive information from student associations from around Poland that people are becoming less active in social life. People starting the university career didn't have chance to participate in all these activities. I had a chance to participate in a run organized by the university, and they didn't have a chance to get familiar with all those activities. So it might be impacting the capability on the labor market. So just to wrap up, social competences, soft skills, involvement in what is happening around, and also
Dosłownie już zamykając moją wypowiedź,
On the very
chcemy też
end,
zwrócić
we
uwagę
want to
na
attract your
bardzo
attention to
niski
very
poziom
low
wiedzy
level
ekonomicznej
of
wśród młodych
economic
ludzi. To też
knowledge
będzie miało
among young
ogromny
people.
wpływ.
It
Ale
will
żeby nie kończyć
it will
mojej
have
wypowiedzi w sposób
consequences.
negatywny,
But
tak jak
to avoid
powiedziałam,
being
w
negative,
tym roku po raz
this
pierwszy
year for the first
wprowadziliśmy
time we have
inicjatywę Młodzi Rynku
implemented
Pracy, w
the
ramach której
initiative
wszyscy
Young on
studenci
the
mogą
labor
wziąć
market,
udział w
so all
ogólnodostępnych
students can participate in general
webinarach,
webinars
szkoleniach.
and trainings.
Projekt został
This project
zapowiedziany
has been
powiązany z taką
announced
też kampanią informacyjną, w
and
której między
also
innymi
coupled with a
zwróciliśmy również
campaign
uwagę na
where
alternatywne
we
ścieżki zawodowe, bo
address
owszem,
opinion
wiemy,
to
że
alternative
izolacja zmusiła,
professional paths.
pandemia
The
zmusiła
pandemic
młodych ludzi do
caused young
spędzania
people to
więcej
spend
czasu
more
w domach,
time
ale
at
to też
home,
daje
but
taką możliwość,
and
żeby
it
oni
gives them the
zastanowili się,
possibility
poszukali
to
też jakichś
rethink
pomysłów na
and
siebie. W ten
find
sposób
great
my
ideas.
zapowiadamy,
This
że
is how
taką
we,
alternatywną
for
ścieżką jest
example,
chociażby kariera
suggest
naukowca.
a
To tak w skrócie,
scientific
oczywiście mogłabym
career
jeszcze
as
nieco
an
więcej powiedzieć,
alternative
chciałabym tylko
professional
powiedzieć,
path.
że
So I wanted to
oprócz
say that
rozmów,
despite
oprócz szukania
discussions
tych
and searching
rozwiązań,
for
młodzi ludzie
solutions,
też lubią
young
działać i
people like to
aktualnie
take
to może
action,
być bardzo
and currently
dobrym rozwiązaniem
it
na
might
to ich
be
wejście na rynek
a good
pracy.
solution
Bo
for entry
rzeczywiście
to the labor
izolacja
market
ma
because
ogromny
this
wpływ na to, w
isolation
jaki
has a
sposób
great
oni
impact
potem podejdą
on
do
how they
znalezienia tego
will
pomysłu na
approach
siebie,
the
bo pamiętajmy, że
search for their
kończąc,
professional
słownie kończąc,
career. Just to wrap up,
młodzi ludzie
young
nie chcą
people
dostosowywać się
do
do
not
rynku
want to
pracy, ale chcemy go
adjust to the labor
tego,
market. They want to
przynajmniej na mojej
create the labor
uczelni,
market.
na to przy mojej
And
uczelni zwraca się uwagę.
we
My
pay
powinniśmy
attention
być
to
świadome
this at
sytuacji
our
i powinniśmy
university. We have to remember about that. I totally agree.
Do końcowego
And
pytania,
just to ask the
dosłownie
final
minuta
question,
z zegarkiem w ręku.
1 minute
Tutaj też to pytanie
for
postawię
everyone.
naszej
I'm going to
publiczności.
pose this
Zachęcam do
question to the
odpowiedzi na nie
audience
w
as well. I
komentarzach.
encourage you to
Mianowicie, czego młodzi ludzie,
reply
czego
in the
wy
comments
oczekujecie względem
what young
edukacji w
people
przyszłości?
expect from
Czy
education
nowe
in the
technologie,
future.
czy digitalizacja
New
to jest takie
technologies,
zbawienie, czy
digitization.
wręcz przeciwnie? I to pytanie pierwsze,
And this first question
po pierwsze skieruję do
will be
Anny
directed to
Bartuś,
Anna
pomocy
Bartuś.
prezydenta miasta Poznania.
No więc ja po raz kolejny też jakby
Once again,
starałam się zdobyć
I was
odpowiedź na
trying
pytanie
to
młodzieży.
reply to this
To,
question,
czego oni oczekują,
basing
poza oczywiście kompetencjami
the
cyfrowymi,
reply
które będą
on the
niezbędne,
needs
tak?
of
Bo
the young
tutaj, jeśli
people.
chodzi o
So
te kompetencje
digital skills,
technologiczne,
technological
wszystkie
skills
IT
are
czy
necessary,
innowacyjność,
or
to
the
jest też
IT
kluczowe,
aspects
ale tak
are
jak
crucial.
miała właśnie te kompetencje
But
miękkie,
as
które
it
też
was mentioned,
bardzo
those
często proszą
soft
sami
competences
pracodawcy,
that
to jest
are
ważne
desired
i
by the
młodzież
employers.
generalnie chciałaby się nauczyć
Young
na
people
przykład,
would like
jak
to learn, for
przyswoić
example,
wiedzę,
how
jak
to
uczyć
learn,
się,
how to study,
jak realizować się w swoich
how to
pasjach,
develop their passions,
jak radzić sobie z
how to
porażkami,
deal
jak
with
prowadzić własny
failure,
biznes
how
na
to
przykład, czyli
run
generalnie
their own business, for
pojawiło się
example.
hasło, na przykład, jak być
There's
po prostu
also a
szczęśliwym.
slogan, how to be happy
Obecny
simply.
system, właśnie
So
ten
the current
ten
system,
pruski, oparty
based
na
on
pamięciówce, odpytywaniu, na
memorizing,
stawu,
replying,
scentralizowany.
hierarchic and centralized, won't be able to provide people with all those skills. So I think the whole system needs to be developed and changed. So digital competences, but also soft skills. And in order to implement all those changes, we need all the stakeholders to cooperate. So students, teachers, principals, decision makers, ministries, and everything needs to be based on trust. So if we don't cooperate and we don't build the trust, we won't get far. So cooperation, dialogue, and schools should be open, tolerant, brave, courageous, and free.
To samo pytanie
The
do
same
Wagner
question
i
to
Civic,
Maria
do
Andrzejewska.
Centrum UNED Bridge Warszawa. Też minutka.
Also 1 minute,
Może
please.
nawet krócej. Ja uważam, że
I think that
naprawdę są
technologies
bardzo
are
potrzebne. Mogą wiele
critical.
zmienić
They can
i
change a lot,
wiele
and we
zmienić
see
w
that they have
funkcjonowaniu
changed a lot in
szkoły.
functioning of
Sprawiają,
schools.
co tu dużo mówić, młoda generacja
They,
jest wychowana z
the
technologią.
young generation
Wydaje mi
was
się, że
raised together with
zdecydowanie,
technology, so
należy wskazywać,
we
jak
should
inteligentnie
indicate how to
wykorzystywać,
use them
jak one mogą
in a
rozwijać.
smart manner, how they can
Natomiast,
develop
to jest,
people.
to jest absolutnie
But
przyszłość.
it's
To
surely
jest
the
kwestia
future.
jakby łączenia
It's
przeróżnych
just the
wątków, bo
issue of
mówiliśmy o
connecting
edukacji
different dots
obywatelskiej,
because
edukacji
we are talking
ekologicznej
about
i
environmental
jeszcze my
education,
teraz
civic
dla mnie największym
education,
wyzwaniem
and the
jest,
greatest
jak
challenge
to
for me
wszystko
is to
posadzić w programie
get all
nauczania,
that into the
żeby
curriculum,
każda
to allow
niezwykle ważna,
every
każdy z tych elementów niezwykle
element to
ważny,
be
można było,
represented
dotknąć i przybliżyć młodzieży,
and presented
być
to the
może
young
właśnie
people.
technologicznym
Maybe through
rozwiązaniom.
technology, maybe This is the way forward. Łukasz Szepewski, President's Advisor, Future of Education, Technology. In just 1 minute, 2 aspects that I wanted to raise. First of all, education, despite civic, environmental, and economic, legal education. Why legal education is so important? When it comes to young people entering to the labor market, when a young person enters the labor market, should know what are the obligations, what are the rights, what they should know, what they might do, what they are not allowed to do. And in this context, strengthening of the basic business classes and business courses. And I think that's all in this aspect. When it comes to new technologies, yes, young people are ambitious, they want to develop themselves, and they need to get the possibility of even greater openness when it comes to merging innovative technologies with business, its correlation, and we want business to be even more open towards young people who are studying and keep on developing their passions, and they want to enter this market of innovativeness, IT, new technologies, because that's the future of our country and Europe. Thank you so much. We have succeeded. In 1 minute, the same question, Aleksandra Kozłowska, Executive Council of the Parliament of Students. Schools and high schools for people that work, because so those people need support. We need to support young people in finding their hobbies and finding their passions. At this stage, they need to search for ideas for their future career. And when we talk about the university in career, we need to consult the curriculum with the students, the curriculum, the classes. We should have less ECTS projects. We need more project evaluation or teamwork in order to leave those exam sessions behind, because they burden young people. And also we want those studies to be consulted both with us and with business. We want to create the labor market, and in the end, first of all, we need this system in which 3 parties will be involved. So young people, students, employees, administrative employees, as well as the teachers and lecturers, because we want to remember the idea of lifelong learning, and something that I can support in the name of all students. We need to have the possibility of maintaining relationships between the student and the master. Our professors need to be our mentors. Thank you so much. I would like to thank you so much for your participation. I'm happy that we have gathered such an interdisciplinary group of panelists here today. Many issues, many problems, many conclusions and specific examples. On my side, I can assure that as United Nations Association Poland, we will write down all the conclusions from the debate, because we believe that such discussions should not end up here in the room. They should end up with specific proposals and ideas. So you'll be able to download it from our website. That will be all on our side when it comes to education. And in 5 minutes, we will have another panel on economy and labor markets. I think we made a great introduction to this next discussion. Thank you so much. And I invite you to panel number 3. Thank you.
Young employees were particularly impacted by the coronavirus. In 2020, the general unemployment rate grew by 3.7%. However, when it comes to young people, it was 8.7%. That means that in 2020, young people, even though they were able to earn money, they did not earn $1.3 trillion. And let's not forget that when it comes to short-term losses, these are not the only ones. Long-term losses will continue for around 15 years, which means that the impact of coronavirus on the labor market for young people will amount to $21 trillion. Welcome, good afternoon. My name is Andrzej Kubisiak and I'm the Deputy Director for Research and Analysis in the Polish Economic Institute. We are here to talk about economy, about the labor market and the situation of young people. We want to analyze how the COVID-19 pandemic changed their situation in terms of social aspects, economic aspects, and with me I have a team of experts and analysts who will be able to give you a broader perspective on the topic. Let me introduce my guests today. Anna Kozie, Senior Specialist for Health, World Bank in Poland. Welcome. Joanna Pruszyńska, Co-founder and VP of Future Colors. Good afternoon. Alina Prochasek, Head of the Polish Council of Youth Organizations, and Dr. Justyna Pokojska, University of Warsaw, Dell Lab. Welcome. Let me start with a general question without addressing it to any specific person. I'm interested in your first reaction to what Krzysztof Kutwa spoke about a second ago. Much higher unemployment rate among young people, fewer opportunities for paid work, harder entry into the labor market, and a general question: where did it come from? Why was it like it was? And what would be your interpretation in terms of the current situation? Any volunteer? Like at school? Well, let's give it a go. Well, what I would say, the numbers that Krzysztof gave us were shocking. Millions, trillions of lost profit that was not generated. What is key, however, is that COVID did not create new problems. It just unveiled the ones that we've been dealing for years. Poland has for years been the number one when it comes to precarious working conditions. 70-something% of young people work on so-called precarious contracts. So we know that the employment of young people is most volatile, is most susceptible to crisis. So indeed, crisis hit the young and women the most. We'll come back to that later on. However, right now we see the problems in broad daylight. Women were hit, young women were hit, youngsters were hit for certain. These are not new phenomena, however. These are not problems that we haven't dealt with before. Young people indeed were the absolute number one. They were in the forefront of those who could be eliminated. They work in service sector as waitresses, as hotel receptionists. That's where young people work, and naturally they were laid off. They were pushed back home. For some, this was a blessing. For some, not. Universities were working remotely. There was no need to migrate to university cities, so there were no options to earn money. It all created the perfect storm: precarious working conditions, crisis, economy being put to a halt when created very unfavorable conditions for young people. Touch wood, I hope we will be able to recover from that, but it's good to talk about it. It's good to discuss it. Such political situations unveil things that we've been facing for years now. I think that's the reality. Alina, would you agree? Well, for years I've been observing this trend among young people. We invest a lot in supporting young people in their entry to the labor market. We want to make them prepared for that, and I would like to echo the words of my speaker. COVID only laid bare certain processes that we haven't paid attention to up until now. Let me mention digital exclusion as an example. We've known that it existed. Right now, it hits us much harder than before. undoubtedly it impacts the conditions on the labor market. I'm particularly glad that we have reports that, like the one that was mentioned. I'm happy that the topic is talked about. We work with young people, we focus in our activities on young people, and that is why we are very sensitive to their needs. I hope that we will not only observe, but we will try to prevent and combat. I hope that subsequent bodies of research will give us some hints on how we can respond to the need that is being identified. Thank you very much, Joanna. Just to add to what was said, I would like to say that there are sectors that are blooming. For instance, high-tech, digitalization, it only accelerated. The pandemic showed us that there was no shortage of opportunities, that it was not necessary to lay people off. However, it drew our attention to lack of digital competences. Dell Lab report for Google showed that our students are lacking when it comes to soft skills, but also digital literacy. As you mentioned, these could be people who are working as waitresses in restaurants who want to enter the world of technology, and it turns out that they simply don't have the right skills and competencies. We very often work with young people, we retrain them, we help them acquire new skills, and we observed that there is much fewer recruitment processes of so-called juniors. Juniors need help, they need seniority, they need mentorship. Right now, all these programs have been put to hold. Highly skilled experts were sought for. There was no problem finding a job if you were a highly skilled expert. And again, if universities had been prepared to give people such competencies that are currently being sought for on the labor market, we wouldn't be facing such a halt. People would be able to smoothly move to the organizations that were looking for digitally literate people. Every day we meet employers who are saying that they are employing hundreds of people, but they are facing shortage of hands to work because the people that are on the labor market do not have the right competences. So let me emphasize, competences are what we need, especially digital competences. Well, that's an important point that you raised. I'll come back to it later on. You mentioned competences and the shortages. I think the reality is slightly different than the one that Krzysztof spoke about a second ago. We will come back to it shortly. However, now let me ask Anna Kozio for your first reflections. Will you dare to disagree? Well, Anna, I will disappoint you. No, I can only agree. My four speakers brilliantly articulated the point. I would like to stress three things in terms of competences. Well, competences is something that you build throughout your entire life. Every moment matters. Every element counts. Second of all, competences, in our understanding, stand for broadly understand human capital. Human capital understood as social matters, education, and health. These are three areas that are intertwined, that are interdependent, and can lead to a variety of phenomena. For instance, inequalities when it comes to competences. You mentioned digital competences. The basic inequality is between men and women, rural areas, urban areas, educated parents, uneducated parents. It all generates inequalities and problems when it comes to building human capital. And as has been rightly pointed out in the report, this is a long-term factor impacting the development of a society, wealth and prosperity, as well as development. Human capital that we are shaping right now is absolutely key for our future. And last but not least, it would be great if we could think in the longer perspective. COVID is not disappearing. It will stay with us for a couple of years, surely, and we kind of hope that in June we will finally say the story is over, the pandemic is gone, we are back to normal. the normal has to be different. That is why we have to prepare in our planning, in our thinking processes for different variants. Also the ones that say that this pandemic or subsequent ones will be part of our business as usual in the future. I'm sure that we will be trying to discuss about the new normal today, what scenarios can be prepared. However, based on the first round of your answers, I see that there are some elements in your interventions focusing on the service sector, inclusivity of the market. On the other hand, you spoke about competencies, digitalization, and the look towards the future. Krzysztof also spoke about it. Lost education, lost chances can be quantified. Economic institutes have it that they quantify everything. They can also quantify lost profit. However, against this gloomy picture that we've just presented, Alina, could you try to find some pros of the new situation, different conditions? Perhaps this reality is much more virtual, it's simply different, and perhaps it brings chances for young people, even though the circumstances are difficult. Could you give us a light in the tunnel? Well, you made my life much easier because it's great to be able to talk about chances. COVID did open some doors. We are right now aware of problems such as digital exclusion. We can combat it. There is a huge gap between youth from urban and rural areas, and we see that there is a dire need to act. The market is changing. Digital competences will be simply indispensable. Up until now, we were only talking about it. You might say these were just empty words. Now it's time to act. I'm particularly glad about it. It's a huge chance for young people. Right now, the problem is much more visible, and a reaction is coming. If I recall the beginning of the pandemic well, there were many trainings, courses offered by a number of organizations for young people. In the times of COVID, they had to shift to the virtual world in full, and that's why they were organizing trainings, workshops, discussions online. And at the beginning, I saw this huge willingness of young people to enhance their digital competences, to acquire new skills, soft skills, using the moment in time. They knew that they would stay home and that they would stay there for long. Right now, the trend shifted a bit. The time spent in front of a computer is too long now. We see a trend that is going in the opposite direction. Traditional meetings are appreciated. However, what young people became aware of at the beginning of the pandemic was how they are going to shape their future. They opened up to the opportunities that were offered to them. For me, that was a clear signal. Time has come to reflect upon what's next, whether we are prepared for the future. I know it may sound egocentric, however, let's say it's positive egoism. So opening up to new possibilities, new opportunities is a chance that the majority of young people got from the pandemic. And their reality changed upside down almost. Thank you very much for that view. It's not easy to look for positive aspects or chances in such negative circumstances. Let's focus on digital competencies. Apart from being a huge challenge for the healthcare system, and for all of us, the pandemic became a moment when technology started to matter. Without them, we wouldn't be able to work remotely, work from home, to learn from home. And indeed, for the last 12 to 18 months, this was our new normal. And my question goes to Joanna. The technological transformation accelerated, it exploded actually when it comes to the possibility to function socially online. However, there was a flip side, missing digital competences. I know that Poland is lagging behind, not only in Europe, but also if we compare Poland against the entire OECD. Poles are not tech savvy. 14% of people say they don't want to do anything related to technology. That's every seventh Pole. That's not so little. There are just 5 of us here, but we have our technicians, so that should mean that one of us is against technologies. And the question arises what to do about it. On one hand, we see that the world from the times before the technological revolution is gone. We will not return there. We live in a new world, and how to equalize the competences, how to enhance them. Age barrier may be an obstacle here, but I'll come back to that question in a second. Well, you mentioned the positive elements. Working from home is a gigantic plus, especially for young women who, for instance, were reluctant to enter the IT world, were reluctant to acquire new competences. For them, working from home was a chance to take care of the children and work. It was also a great chance for so-called digital nomads, people who wanted to stay in their local town, did not need to migrate to larger cities to get employed. What to do to promote these competences? Well, we need to debunk the myths related to technology. Technology is good in every aspect, from medicine to you name it. I listened to an interview with one of the laureates of the Chopin piano competition, who spoke about technology being used in music classes. That doesn't mean that have to learn how to write software, become the traditional techno geek. That's not necessary. There is a number of professions that you can pursue. It's about opening up. Second of all, I don't believe in any age barriers whatsoever. We have people who we retrain aged 60. They are retired, and for instance, they want to learn how to test software, to become a pen tester, to earn a good living. They want to create websites or applications for seniors. Again, we need to debunk the myths related to technology, show that technology is for everybody. You don't need to be a programmer, you can be a doctor, a musician, but you do use technologies. As a research organization, thanks to technologies, we are able to do our work more quickly, better, and gain advantages. And it can apply to a hairdresser or a dog's spa. You can use technology to your advantage.
So many aspects I would like to ask about. Let me get back to them in a second. I'm making notes, but I have one more question to Anna Kozio. New technologies is also e-learning, remote education. It was supposed to be also an element of combating the epidemic. On the basis of international experiences, it was stated that pandemic could develop in schools. However, remote education has some implications. We know that young people are great with new technologies. They are probably much better than most of us, but it has also a negative effect. So I wanted to ask you about this element related with remote education. What's the impact on them? So for the pandemic generation, what might be the consequences for the future? So if we also say that in the future the new normal will require to deal with other pandemic, what conclusions should we draw? I understand I have 3 hours to reply, right? I'm gonna have to stop you, I'm afraid. Well, in order to be safe and healthier, at some point, it was required to close the schools because the concentration of people especially concentrations of people spending so much time together, were too dangerous. And those were places where COVID was spreading. So, looking at the research in different European countries, in developed and developing countries, consequences of lockdown of schools, even for several months, are quite visible, and they are negative despite the digital competencies. Those children were studying less, so in several years, it might turn out that their competencies on the labor market, their abilities of reading or writing are limited. What I've mentioned about disequalities, there are kids and families that spend time together at school. So the kids were spending time with parents, so they were supported by the parents. But there are also kids with parents that weren't able to support them. So decrease in teaching are up to 10%. It's a huge negative change. So while we understand the advantages and possibilities of change in health, we call it resilience building. So quick reaction to what might be happening. So if we know already that locking down schools from perspective of kids has very negative impact on their development and development of human capital in the economy, automatically we come to a conclusion that these lockdowns should be limited to minimize those negative consequences. So we are searching for solutions that would allow schools to function safely uh, in when it comes to prophylaxis, or maybe only in the specific places. But we also understand that long-term approach to flexibility is based on verification of the curricula. Do we have to learn everything to the same extent? I'm not talking about the curriculum in general. Do we need to learn everything with the same way, in the same way, to the same extent? Because most probably such situations might be happening for the next few years. That's why one thing is flexibility when it comes to curriculum, and the other thing is how to do it effectively. So we need to keep on measure the progress. It's not that every 2 or 3 years we'll check what the kids learned in front of the computer. So we need to react on a daily basis. We need to measure the progress and react to those gaps or differences. And the third element is the element of assistance and support to people that need it. So if we measure something and we know that there's a group of kids and people that achieves result below the average, in Poland it's around 15%, we have tools to assist parents, kids, and schools to assist them to adapt to this new situation. We start with additional laptops or training how to support kids in e-learning. This is something to be taken into consideration in long run. It's not just next quarter. It's something that will take place for years. So we need to develop this teaching model. This is necessary. You were nodding. Do you agree that maybe we shouldn't uh, learn everything? Of course, together with group of other organizations, we are the initiators to include climate education, which in the framework of health and a comprehensive knowledge becomes more significant and replies to the current needs of the fact that we need to understand the processes taking place around us. Yes, for sure. We learn many things that are not fully necessary. They do not correspond with the challenges of the world and current reality. But I think that the subject of the curriculum and labor market, it's not the place where we should discuss it. Let me mention that I would really like the subsequent educational reforms to focus on financial education, because when I talk with young people, I'm terrified because they cannot distinguish net and gross. Young people just don't understand them. So there's a great necessity to say that young people leaving schools, secondary or even university, they don't understand financial processes. They don't understand a loan or mortgage. They don't know how to program their budget, and in consequence, we have people that are not able to negotiate their remuneration rates and so on and so forth. And it's really confusing, it's really upsetting. So I think we need this financial education. Young people need this support. Yes, it's an important element. And let's go on to Dr. Pokojska, Warsaw University, and I would like to refer to what was said before. Young people, we know that they were very much impacted by the pandemic. A lot of research reveals that lockdown, e-learning, and remote work was one of the most important challenges for women, and women were very much impacted when it comes to the professional career and professional situation in those difficult times. So to sum up the things addressed by Krzysztof, I know that doctor prepared your evaluation and your research. So what happened with women? But before I start talking about women, I would like to add on what was mentioned. You talked about lifelong learning. It's not that important for the post. So when we talk about development of lifelong learning, I think development of awareness is also significant, and the other issues are opportunities, equal opportunities. And I think one of the opportunities for young women and women is that there is hope. It's still not evaluated, so I can't give you any numbers, but this moment of lockdown was a chance for democratizing new technologies, also for women, because we all needed to work remotely, go to school remotely. So everything that was closed for men, that it's just for boys, IT is just for boys, and girls maybe should study languages, it was changed. So maybe we'll see that the result maybe in 2 years. I wish that to all of us and to director as well. Maybe it will turn out that these new technologies were imposed, but in consequence, gender will not be that significant. And remote work is the privilege of 15% of Poles. We were privileged to work remotely. You said that it was a challenge for us, but we are in minority. And getting back to women, we have developed a report with future colors about women on the labor market at the beginning of the pandemic, then during the pandemic. We don't know if we're in the middle or at the end. And the conclusions are as follows. So COVID has impacted the sectors that had the majority of employment of women. These were the group that were impacted by reduction of employment, reduction of remuneration. Many women had their conditions worsened. Many women had reduction of remuneration. But however, what was an obvious consequence, we also noticed that women professional activity, which is 51%, so another half of women is unemployed. And so when women go to work, all the duties are somehow supported. So in case of lockdown, and when all the schools, kindergartens were closed, it turned out that work for women was impossible. And Deloitte made a report and made women to rethink their professional career. So many of them gave up their professional career on middle and top positions. On also tax changes concerning women. These are all factors that demotivate women to work, and COVID revealed lack of support of education, lack of support in the community. Employers should also be involved also in the discussion about women working during COVID. So the only positive thing that's a very negative picture, but there's one positive thing. Women during this year and a half have discovered strength and power, and only those women that really contributed and um, make a great effort survive. And the question is, what's next? We're going to survive in specific composition, but as you say, COVID is staying with us for 3 or 5 years, and then maybe another pandemic. So we should pose a question how to change it, because we'll be talking about the same thing for the next year. Uh, we already know that, but nothing is changing. So COVID impacted 3 million of Poles. So let's think, what should we do with that if we have seniors or young women? I don't know the answer to this question. So I can only say that the vision of work is changing. Digital economy is changing that as well. I wanted to stop you for a second.
Well, let me look for chances then. Don't be so pessimistic. Don't be so depressive, so gloomy. Let's look for some brighter shades. Well, to come back to what you already said, if we are right now in the new reality, we said that we will not come back to the pre-COVID world. If we look to the new world with the digital competencies that we want to develop, perhaps working from home for young people, for women, will be a way to overcome geographic barriers. People will be able to work part-time, flexi-time. Working from home is task-based. It's devoid of commuting, devoid of the necessity to live in big cities. Perhaps that's a chance. Also for women, we know that they become deactivated, they disappear from the labor market when they have their first child. Well, that can be a child. I think working from home requires specific competencies, so huge independence, not only digital competences. Working from home was a pitfall for many women and men. Nobody learned us anything about self-organization, preparing your working environment, dividing the day to work area and non-work area, setting the limits. In the report we published yesterday, we focused that one of the greatest issues related to COVID was the problem of dividing your life into work and private life, and becoming independent, becoming organized on your own, finding work, being task-based. It is indeed a blessing, but we shoulder the responsibility, but it's a huge chance. We can work the way we want. That goes for men and women. And this chance will be there for those who are prepared. Something that is often forgotten is that in order to manage your own time when you're working from home, when you're not managed by anybody, you need to be very disciplined. And if you are a disciplined employee, then you're there. You got it, you hit the nail, but if you're not, you may fall into a black hole. Of course, this responsibility should be shouldered also by employers. Some of them didn't, they shifted it all to employees, but I shouldn't be negative, I shouldn't be depressive. to answer your question, indeed, that's a huge chance to bring together aspects that in the pre-COVID world might be impossible to reconcile. Well, we're talking about more and more new competences. However, let me close a certain chapter of our discussion. 2020 is behind us. All the data that Krzysztof gave us are bygones. They have consequences for 2021, 2022, and ensuing years. But we're in Q4 of 2021, and we know that the situation today is different. Young people are experiencing totally different conditions. The entire labor market changed. Labor market is experiencing shocking demand. The situation reversed. A couple of months went by. We are entering the phase of recovery. The world is enjoying the period of no lockdown. Semiconductors are missing. There's not enough energy, not enough raw materials. Factories are put to a hold because they don't have the right components to manufacture. And there's a huge shortage of people. Let me just remind you, all the things that Krzysztof spoke about was true a second ago. The unemployment was on the rise. And right now there's a huge, even shocking demand. Too few people on the market. The needs are too great. Joanna, my question would go to you. The demand shock did not come from thin air. Labor market changed. The demand is there in different sectors. Some people retrained, requalified, changed their competences during the pandemic. Can we now say that the tensions on the labor market are the result of a lack of competences, or perhaps the fact that people, at least some of them, did not return to the labor market, or at least are not planning to? Well, these are two stories. Indeed, some professions did not exist during COVID, and now they are not coming back. Let me just mention restaurants and broadly understood HoReCa sector. And perhaps it would be good to ask yourself the question, is it worthwhile to be where I am? Perhaps I should requalify. There is a second path, IT, which is developing at a huge pace. Both deserve deep thought and analysis. We have over 50% growth when it comes to the number of people attending our courses. We have around 70% of attendees being women, but what is a reason for concern? We used to have a lot of young mothers. Right now we have fewer and fewer of them. So it seems that COVID made them so absorbed with house chores that they don't have any time for learning. To come back to the solutions, you spoke about the huge demand for labor force, what to do. Unfortunately, our educational system is not catching up with the needs of the market. If we look at the number of students studying law, it seems that we forgot about the fact that is emphasized in a number of reports stating that soon lawyers will be fully dispensable. Perhaps we should focus on professions that will be needed in the future related to technologies. We see that many employers ask us to have so-called external academies. We recruit people who have different educational backgrounds, and we spend 3-4 months preparing them for a specific company. They're good to go to the labor market. There were companies who a year ago would say that they don't want juniors, they only want seniors. Now they realize that they won't be any seniors, so they have to actively educate juniors to have employees. Education is somehow shifted to the shoulders of employers, and that's the only solution. That's addressed to young people, to women. Let me just mention that there are only 15% of female workers in the IT sector, so perhaps that's something to address. We are happy about the current situation. We would rather do that than send buses to the border of Poland to source IT specialists from Belarus or Ukraine. Well, another question to Alina. I can also comment on what my colleague said. I'm a lawyer, so I felt a bit scared, I must say, with what you said. It is a fact, however, that in our meetings with young people, we are trying to explain that the model that we take from home, for instance, our parents going to work and working for the same employer throughout their entire life will not be valid for the current labor market. I came across some research, I don't recall the source, stating that each of us will need to requalify 5 times in life. We will change our employers a couple of times, and that's something that we should talk to young people about. We are programmed from preschool to be firefighters, teachers, singers, police officers, etc., etc. And we grew up in the feeling that they would choose the one and only path for their life. They feel under pressure to make the right choice because it's going to be valid until the end of one's life. And very often people decide that they want to be lawyers, they graduate in law, but they don't love what they do. What's next? They enter the labor market as a frustrated being, and the effects are visible. Perhaps that might be a message conveyed already in primary schools. Be prepared for changes in the labor market. Observe which professions, which occupations are coming into existence. Sorry to butt in. That was supposed to be my question. New occupations, new professions. Do you think that the pandemic created some new professions, that we have some new demand for new services or different demand for traditional professions that were in the shadow before the pandemic, that people were supposed to forget about? Well, there are different trends. Also geographically, many people use the current chance going in the direction of digitalization and professions related to being digitally literate, working in a virtual world. However, there is a fraction of people who, irrespective of the situation, decide to be handymen, if you like. I don't know if you agree with me, but I'm really looking forward to getting a free date from my plumber, my electrician. So we're going in the tech direction, but let's not forget about the traditional manual profession, because we want to find ourselves in we don't want to find ourselves in a world of webmasters and software designers without electricians. One webmaster will not do an application. There's a range of other professions, testers, you name it, but it's only 4% of Poles, so we're not yet there. I think, yes, we do have some time. Still, we are going forward. Let's not forget about the fact that the society has different needs, and they're not only related to the competences of the future, but also some more traditional ones. Dell Lab is also emphasizing the polarization of the labor market. So on the one hand, we have high-level expert skills, mostly related to engineering and technologies, and on the other hand, there will be a number of manual jobs that no robot, no AI will be able to do, screwing screws and bolts, etc. And all manual works related to craftsmanship will develop. Let's look at the prices, how much it costs you to get your fridge repaired. The rates are extreme, I would say. These very manual works are here to stay, and you should respect these people. They are professionals. They change your life to better, but we have to be open about the fact that we don't need managers, administration. The report that you prepared for the banking sector showed that 40% of people in the company know that their tasks will be automatized. Robotization, automation is on the way. We have strong presence of robots in medicine, for instance, which emphasizes the need for the irreplaceable craftsmanship-oriented manual professions. We call it drainage of the middle class and precarization of the work of white collars. Their work was so secure until now. Now it's not. In the report, we put forward the following thesis. The high flyers that hold all the competences, all the certificates are to go because they don't have the right technical competences. They are not able to use tools in a work shed. So it will be a challenge for them. I don't want to sound depressing. It may be a chance. And there are certain consequences that we'll have to face. The middle class that gets hit from every single angle in terms of the labor market will be disappearing, will be shrinking. Of course, we will value competences based on the technical skills to repair a fridge or a dishwasher. What's the middle class? Well, people with who are between the classical white collars and the classical blue collars. So there's some good news that the EU calculated that there's a gigantic plethora of options when it comes to technology-related professions. Right now, UI writer, a person who has to be very knowledgeable in psychology, linguistics, is on the rise, but 2/3 of these jobs will be on the so-called middle level. So if we enter the IT world right now, if we embark on studies related very closely to technology, we will soon reach a high level in terms of salary, but we will be somewhere in the midfield in terms of this entire sector, because 2/3 of the sector is the so-called midfield, the regulars. Let's get closer to Earth. Perhaps I'm one of the seven. You're one of the seven. The one in seven Poles who doesn't believe in new technologies. But that's not the point here. I feel. Let me come back to 2020 again. In Poland, the discussion was not present actually, and I wouldn't like to miss it today. Essential workers, frontline workers, people without whom we will not be able to keep on functioning, who are key for our functioning, for the inclusivity of the economic. The pandemic made them visible. We saw them live. We saw how poorly they are paid, not only in Poland. This topic resurfaced not only in our country, but also in the more developed countries in Western Europe. Essential workers have nothing to do with digital economy, with polarization. Well, they have the apps on their smartphones to order the plumber. Yeah, but they have to see the time they would need to wait for the plumber to come. That's more about the demand. Yet, I would like to have a question to Anna Kozieł, too, indeed. The first one is more to the topic you deal with, i.e. health. I wanted to focus on mental health, on something not purely related to the pandemic. We're talking about the future of work, of the labor market. If we adopt the scenario that the pandemics will keep occurring time and again, working from home is much more exhaustive. It's less secure. It's much more volatile. You need to reskill. You need to upskill. How are we to survive that? How are young people to prepare for that mentally? I would say that it is a big challenge, and no school can prepare you for that.
Well, yes, if we assume one thing are the new challenges that we need to face, like COVID lockdown for 1 year without contact with our colleagues sometimes. And the other issue is mental health itself. In the UK, they have calculated that in several years, around 30% of people at some point of their life will be facing some mental problems. It's a great burden for those people, for families, for healthcare system, social system, labor market. So this is something that we don't fully grasp in many countries, including Poland. And we have multiple tools. On one hand, we have tools supporting ad hoc dealing with mental problems among adults or children, starting from searching for external help or assistance, support groups, sports that also support mental health. These are all the elements that we can do ourselves or with a little bit of support. So us and the provider of help. There are also systemic solutions that we can already start preparing that concerns mental health and health of elderly people or women health. We know that such things going to happen. We know that mental health is a huge problem. We know that depression in Poland and in developing countries is increasing. Same refers to the amount of suicide. So we need to implement systemic changes. So we might say people, you can call someone or you can go to a doctor if you have money. We don't have doctors. We don't have medical professionals when we talk about essential workers. And we won't get more of them suddenly. We won't have 100% more psychologists in 5 years. So systemic solutions planned for many years, including, for example, including the number of essential workers in social system, new professions related with mental health. These are those long-term activities that we need to start now, and without money we won't be able to do that. So on one hand we need to say yes, that's what we do, that's the plan for the next 10 years. We'll be measuring how it goes, but we also need specific resources related with support of mental health among adults, children, new training of doctors, of future caretakers, care providers, nurses. So we need this long-term plan of financing of those actions. Yes, another important thing is if young people are watching us, the younger people on the labor market, the sooner they suffer from the burnout. In this round, we have the last question to Ms. Pokoyska. It was already said, but let's tell the young people, are the robots going to take away their job? No, robots won't take away your jobs. 85 million jobs will disappear, but 130 new workplaces will be created. Don't be afraid of that. But something is critical is that we'll be cooperating with AI, maybe not in form of robot or Siri, so we don't have to visualize it like from sci-fi movies, but the solutions that will facilitate our work are something positive. We can use functions in Excel so we can calculate things quicker. So these are new algorithms, these are new technologies, these are smart solutions. This is happening. So we can see that. So maybe we are not afraid. Let's not be afraid. Let's take care of ourselves and let's survive. The robots won't take away our jobs. That's a great summary, great update, great information, because everyone's threatening that and that the robots will take job away. But lecturers can feel safe, but during the pandemic, many things happen, but we shouldn't be afraid. Let's invest in our competences. I wanted to say one thing. There's a necessity of flexibility, so reacting to the developing world. But I don't think everyone is able to understand that the world is changing, my situation is changing, and I need to adapt what I can do and search for new solutions. So the ones that can't catch up because they live somewhere else, because they don't have the app to get the plumber, they don't know that many languages, or they were never into IT, thousands of reasons, they need to be supported additionally. So I would stick to the fact that we need to focus on those 50% that would find it very difficult when it comes to new technologies and substituting humans. There are things that cannot be substituted, but in healthcare in Japan, there's a huge percentage of elderly people, there are robots, to have conversations with elderly people. However, this human contact or even inter species contact with animals, with nature is extremely important. And let's not forget that this multi approach in education is extremely important, that doctors need to be able to verify their diagnosis with algorithms and experience. This is something that should be part uh, to consider and help people to enter into that. And in the very end, I have a proposal. If we could become a global government, just for people, for women, in global government, that's interesting. Could each of you looking into glass ball, or if you could ask Jean, what should we do in order to help those young people after 2022, after just close to 2022? How can we help them to change something, draw conclusions on what we've been discussing? We know what has happened, we know what changes are taking place. What each of you change to support this young generation? And we can assume a global perspective on that. Who would like to take the floor first? I can say, I would get back to our report and our recommendations of Dr. Pokorska's partnership. I think young people, men and women, should understand that without partnership and division of roles, it's not that women gonna stay at home and men gonna go to work, that IT is for men and providing care or taking care of children is for women. We need to demolish that. We need to forget about that. Women won't enter into IT. We won't have equality if partners and families won't support them. So this is something that needs to be changed. And men need to know that the future belongs to the people that see this change, and we need to support each other, act each other, and cooperate, both for development of men and women, because only through partnership will be able to succeed. Okay. I would refer to two levels. On this individual level, it's the element of listening to each other. If you ask children and young adults, students, they know what needs to be changed in their life. So we need to listen to them. That also concerns the aspects of mental health, flexibility, and developing competency for the future. So let's listen to each other. On the level, on macro level, I think COVID and pandemic in general, in different systems, provide this moment of disruption. So we are getting out of our comfort zone. So I think this moment should be understood as a change to change, for example, the educational system, because everything in considering everything what we're learning is actually necessary. So
patrząca do przodu.
a change and looking forward. I would like to add that think out of the box. We should use what you've said and leave our stereotypes and schemes. And one day we won't be talking about women on the labor market. There will be no divisions. We won't need to speak about competences in given group because gender, age, or skin color won't play any role. That's one thing. And the other thing is that maybe to supplement what you've said, you should think about yourself. So invest in yourself. Think about what you want to do. It doesn't need to be forever. So take this opportunity that basically you can reach out for that. If you try several attempts, maybe finally you will succeed. If I want to be a musician, I want to have a startup, new technologies give you a lot of opportunities. So I think it's the time for brave and courageous people and happy-go-lucky. I, I think we are anonymous, so I really want young people to be aware that those changes are not negative. Young people should be open-minded and follow those changes. And I hope education would be following also those changes. And this is something I would wish I will wish all young people. So please take advantage of all the training offers. There are so many organizations, youth organizations, that face all those necessities. So I deeply encourage you to be active. Because it's critical on the labor market. At the very end, I would like to invite you to Women IT Career Day. We will tell you all about different paths and different possibilities to grasp this opportunity. Just to sum up, that our international global government focuses on partnership, out of the box thinking, more openness, and individual health. I will also add more inclusiveness because there are things that we need. So we need to include everyone on this labor market. Thank you so much. A lot of success. Good luck on the labor market. I would like to thank for this conversation. Thank you.
Dzień dobry and hello from the United Nations headquarters in New York. COVID-19 has not only affected our health, but it has disrupted every aspect of our lives. The way we live, work, go to school, shop, and communicate. Often, when looking for COVID-related answers over the last 18 months, we've encountered misinformation, lies, and conspiracy theories. To stop this infodemic, which has put even more lives at risk than the coronavirus itself, the United Nations Verified campaign urges you to pause and check the information before sharing it further. Into unique conference on COVID-19 generation, the future of young people in Poland. To learn more, to connect, follow the link below.
Dzień dobry, witam Was bardzo serdecznie. Witam panowie. Porozmawiamy sobie teraz na temat technologii, na temat digitalizacji, na temat
technologies,
wszystko w
digitalization.
kontekście młodych
In the
ludzi.
context of young people, we will talk about their chances,
zagrożeniach i o
threats,
kompetencjach,
and
które one mają.
competences that they have.
Najpierw chciałem Was
First, however,
przedstawić.
let me introduce
Michał
you.
Kanownik,
My name is Michał.
prezes Związku Cyfrowa Polska.
Next to me, I have Michał Kanownik,
Janusz Dziemidowicz,
Janusz
CTO,
Dziemidowicz. Mr. Kanownik is
Piotrek
the
Wieczorek,
head of the
zastępca
Cyfrowa Polska
dyrektora Instytutu
Association.
Informatyki
Janusz Dziemidowicz
Uniwersytetu
representing CTO
Wrocławskiego
Ten Square Games.
Dzień dobry.
Piotr Wieczorek,
Oraz
assistant professor and
Jacek
deputy
Siatkowski,
head of the Institute of
współzałożyciel i
Computer
dyrektor
Science in
zarządzający
Wrocław University,
Tech to the
and
Rescue.
Jacek Siatkowski,
Dzień dobry,
co-founder and
panowie.
leader Tech to the Rescue.
Pierwsze
And the first question
które zadam
will
wam,
go to all of you. If you were to use 3 adjectives to evaluate the changes that occurred in the realm of technology, digitization in the times of the pandemic, can you start? Well, thank you. I can be the first person to speak. I understand that I will be able to return to my answer later on. Yes, speed forced by the pandemic, by COVID, technological change that was necessary. It would have happened, like it or not, and because of COVID, it simply happened more quickly. Commonality, everybody, everywhere, in every sphere of economy, of culture, it was so common for all of us to go digital. There was no other option. The transformation was at a great pace, and it was necessary. There was no other option to continue business relations, professional life, social life, religious life. Let's just recall Christmas online. That shows us how much the digital world became a part of our everyday life in areas which for middle-aged people was strictly analogous. We were not yet digital there. The pandemic made us all turn our assumptions about the world upside down. We had to redefine our limits of technology. Luckily, the revolution also showed to us that it was possible, it was doable, and I would say in the Polish context, it went pretty well. Janusz, speed, commonality, necessity. Would you add anything to that? Well, I would add another thing. It might not sound pretty, but it's remoteness. Suddenly it was possible to do everything remotely, also in areas that for a year were not remote at all. Suddenly it turned out that every role related to IT, to technology, can be done remotely. All services went online. And of course, that was the result of necessity. That's how it went. And suddenly it was possible to do everything. Today, I was on a train and suddenly it turned out that you can order food to your destination online. Even such simple things are common right now. Every service has its app and you can do everything online. Piotr? Well, I would like to repeat what my full speaker said. Michał already pointed out. From my perspective, the key point was
taka szokowość tego, co się stało.
that it all
to wszystko,
happened at
dokonało
such a
się
shocking
nagle
pace. It
i
happened
wydaje mi się,
suddenly.
że generalnie
It seems to me
technologie
that,
wszystkie już były.
the
Świat potrzebował
technologies
tylko takiego trochę
were there, the
pretekstu,
world
żeby
just
to, co
needed
można
a
zrobić
stimulus,
zdalnie, żeby to się
a
upowszechniło.
pretext to
Więc,
go online and
więc
make
to
online
było
more
właśnie
common.
pandemia była właśnie tym
Pandemic
pretekstem.
was just a
No
catalyzer.
i drugą rzecz, którą jeszcze
Catalyst, I'm sorry.
myślę, że warto dopowiedzieć,
One
to
further
trwałość tych
point that I
zmian.
should mention
Wydaje się,
is
że
the permanent nature of the change.
jakkolwiek czuć pewien
Even
przesyp
though we feel a
tą
certain
zdalnością
fatigue
powszechną,
with
to jednak niektórych rzeczy nie da się już
omnipresent
wycofać.
digitalization,
Niektóre
some
rzeczy,
things cannot go
różnego
back.
rodzaju spotkania, w których nie
Meetings
jest taka interakcja,
that do not require face-to-face
face
interaction
nie jest krytyczna, to już się będzie odbywało zdalnie.
take place online
No i
like
wiele
it or
różnych
not.
innych
The same will go for many
Ja myślę, że
other
dwie rzeczy.
events.
Ja może bym dodał
Well, I could
z takiej
only
perspektywy
look at it from the
społecznej kilka rzeczy,
social
które myślę, że
perspective and
warto
add a couple of
mieć z tyłu
points
głowy,
that
jak
you
się
should have in the back of your
przyczyniamy.
head.
To nie wszystko poszło gładko.
It wasn't all
Na
that
pewno
smooth.
taka przemiana i szybkość jej
All the
wiązała
changes
z dużą pewnością.
were related to
Dzisiaj
huge uncertainty,
nie
and
wiem, jak
people
sytuacja
can feel it
pandemiczna się
still.
ułoży w przyszłości.
We don't know what
Jest
the
trochę
situation
bezpieczniej niż
will
4 lata
be
temu,
in the future. It's a bit better than a year ago, before the vaccination was invented. However, many of us don't know which way their sector will go, whether they will have their jobs or not. We know that many economies decided to save jobs, but we don't know what the long-term consequences of that be. We see that the inflation, for instance, is right now on the loose, and uncertainty, volatility has a negative impact on people. Not everybody is able to feel comfortable after such a big change. It's visible in our immune system. Last week, I had a chance to talk to a person who is suffering from allergies. And in the past, he would experience an anaphylactic shock once a year. This year, it was already 7 times. So that has an impact on our immune system. And in the context of young people, I would mention isolation. It is tremendously important to socialize, to grow up together, and not do things online only. So definitely that had an impact on how people define themselves, in the relation to technology, and that's something also to be mindful of. Thank you for your answers. And before I move on to the next question,
People watching us are encouraged to ask questions in your comments, and in the end, or we'll be trying to read those questions to the panelists. So if you feel like, please type your questions and we'll be able to address them. All right. What I'm interested in, on one hand, we can imagine young people that are familiar with technology, even better than previous generations. On the other hand, I found the statistics that 49 of students in Poland and Europe think that because of the pandemic, the chances on labor market are worse. So to what extent the technology and what has been happening during the last year provides chances for young people, and what are the challenges and that bring those changes for young people? And I think I would direct this question to Piotrek, who is the closest to the young people and students. Of course, every change is a challenge. I work at the IT Institute. These are specific young people. Many of them know exactly what they want. IT is a sector involving people into a global labor market. So this remote work provides them with even better possibilities of what they can do. Once, if they wanted to work in the States, they needed to relocate. And nowadays, there are so many roles that they can get and work remotely. And just to follow up, so do you think that those 49% of people, they do not know about these possibilities, they are not aware of them? It's hard to say. Of course, every change makes people feel uncomfortable. So people seeing that something is happening, some people are happy about that and they try to adjust, to adopt, and take advantage of this new situation. But I think it's natural, but another part of the society treated as a threat to the plans. So not everyone's in the same line, not everyone's on the same page. So it's hard to refer to that. I've never performed any research on society. Remote work has some disadvantages, of course. During the last time, we've been trying to adapt our offer at the university to the needs of young people, and they have often surveyed them, and more than 50%, 55, 60% of students told us that working remotely is something unbeneficial, and they had problems with organization of their work, with motivation, with getting motivated for work. Before the pandemic, we were driving to work, we met people, we're commuting, and it was motivating. So because we needed to reply to some people, and if someone's on on the screen only, I can turn my camera off, I might turn off my screen. Maybe it's a bit different in the company, but while being a student, you can reduce your participation. So I guess it's a threat. So remote work is less involving, it's more difficult to get involved. So one needs to organize his or her work. I think determination and organization of work is extremely important. Instead of reacting to other stimulus. Can I add something? Because I think this research is very interesting. The pandemic revealed our weaknesses of young people. IT person is probably not the target of this research. However, the pandemic revealed the weakness of preparation of young people for the labor market with new technologies. Suddenly, young people, let's say in sales departments, suddenly instead of traveling to clients and working directly, needs to work online, and different competences are required. We need different things, and it seems to me that the pandemic revealed the weakness of preparation of these young men for the world of IT technologies. These young people lived in a conviction that smartphone is something I use every day, laptop, streaming services, are something normal, and suddenly he or she faced the reality that required more competences than just social portals or using internet in the laptop or in your mobile phone. So we need to think how to prepare those people for the revolution that we not only anticipate, but we see it, we face it right now. So we need to think what young people are missing for the labor market, not of today, but the labor market of the future. We need to think in a 5-10 year perspective in order to support those young people. Great. That's my third question, namely competences. What are three main competences of the future for young people in the context of the labor market? And the first question to Janusz, I would like to refer to what was said before, because the main competence that is necessary right now is the ability to use different tools available on the market. Maybe the salesperson could rely on face-to-face conversations, and now salespeople are forced to use these tools, and if they lack competences, it might be challenging and difficult. So those gaps need to be covered, and I think this is one of the most critical competences, using tools. The tools are developing extremely quickly. All those platforms, Zoom, Google, Teams, have developed during that 1 year, so it's difficult to catch up. So we saw that in e-learning, how challenging that was, and how many people lagged behind during this dramatic change. And what Piotrek said, organization of working time, we can see that staying at home for young people, for some people, it's motivating because they can divide professional life from private life, and for other people it's challenging. They stay in their pajamas, they work from bed, and it doesn't always work well. Another problem is communication. Communication was extremely important before, but now it's becoming even more important, because it's not that you're going to go to the coffee and to the kitchen and you'll meet someone during your coffee break. Now you need to organize this meeting, you need to schedule. If someone had communication challenges before, now it's even more difficult. And we've been mentioning soft competences. Maybe you would like to add something on that. Do you think that it's hard or soft competences? I think it's something in between, something that is critical, and it's challenging not only for young but also for older people. The necessity to learn quickly and all the time. This is something that older generations cannot understand. We had one profession. I've changed my profession twice already. But many people learn just one profession and stayed in the same sector for 20, 30 years. If you work in marketing, programming, in any function related to IT, you need to learn constantly. The tools change every 2 or 3 years in order to stay efficient in the area of processes that are becoming automized require studying. It's not that you get off and you're done. You still need to study, and this is something that we need to tackle. We need to tackle as entrepreneurs, as the economy, because those people need space, and not everyone can understand it. All right. You've talked about changing the sector, competences, and in fact, we're missing competences in young people. And the question is, let's help them. How can they get those competences? If you would be missing competences, where would you go? Where would you search for them? I think I'll start with Piotrek. One more thing, briefly, let me develop this thought on communication raised by Janusz. I think it's a critical thing, ability to establish relationships with people remotely and maintain them remotely. It's something that is done a bit differently when you can talk with those people directly, physically, versus remote only. Where would I search for competences? The first thing, it would be great if at school the teachers, through role modeling, through good example, through examples, through organized system, show children how it looks like, how it should be performed. I think that's a dream, and I think now it relies on specific teachers. But it would be great to have a system to allow everyone to know how to do it. In the situation when this is missing, I don't believe that we can just turn a movie on YouTube and we will have it immediately. It's shaped through interactions. So a solution might be, for example, search for leaders that can do that and be role models. And the earlier the better. Someone said already that young people have been using different tools before smartphones or anything, but it's not sufficient, because using those tools wisely for work requires additional competences. I'm observing young people. I have this possibility at home, and I can see that for some of them it's natural when they talk on Discord and play a video game. and they can, for example, discuss different tasks for school. So for them, partially it's natural and get involved. On the other hand, other people have different character and they might be in those 49% that you've mentioned. So what I really liked was the idea of searching for leaders, establishing contact with them. We should do it. What else? I think we should divide it into two different aspects when it comes to these general competences of digital world around us, and the one that we have in every sphere of our life. It should be connected with school. It's not only IT classes, but the digital tools should be used during every class, that the young person would be able to use those tools, use the laptop, smartphone, and all the other remote communication tool in the daily life. It shouldn't be used only as something very complex. There's a problem with teachers because they do not fully use those new tools fully, especially in humanistic classes. Young people looking at the labor market after the pandemic and digital revolution should also have the possibility, and I think this is missing, young people should have the possibility to specialize this education at the level of high school in robotics, automatics. Those courses should be accessible. So those young people that feel vocation for technology, for the IT, they should be able to find those courses. We don't not only IT people in business, we need also other people to work at the production. I think that's the greatest demand for labor that we have. And another thing, the role model, the leader, and searching for knowledge in the internet individually. I think it's the best channel for knowledge. Of course, you can't learn everything from YouTube, but if there is someone that wants to gain knowledge about specific tools that can be applied in science or in the future, I think internet is comprehensive enough and it's easy to find information or role models or experts. This knowledge can be developed. I'm sure someone can find the technology and instructions. When it comes to finding your way in the internet, and it's a bit challenging. I would like to refer to that, but before that happens, let us look at the competences. Let's see what happened, what changed in the company. So the question to Janusz, namely, how those changes that took place in technology, digitization of companies during the last year, how they impacted the culture of the companies. What's the influence on your company's approach towards the employees, on what you appreciate, and how the different generations find their way in the company? These were 5 questions, in fact. Let me refer to the issues we've already addressed, because everything changed. We were in a privileged situation because this transformation was pretty smooth. It was pretty easy to start working remotely. And when it comes to the competences that are required, we have realized quite quickly that the reorganization of working time looks differently. It's different when everyone's in the same place in the office and you can see what everyone's doing. And it's different when you can't see anything, you can't see other people. And sometimes it was causing problems. We're trying to prevent it. The other huge issue that we felt, maybe not immediately, but after a while, was the fact that it was difficult mentally for many people. So we offer assistance of psychologists, Some people find the remote work great, and some other people required support or help. So we're trying to provide this help. This is something that companies haven't been dealing with before. For example, psychological support for the employees, that's something new, and it's becoming very significant because there's a group of people that didn't deal with isolation well. Just to summarize your statement, trust and safety. And the same question to Jacek. I have a very specific perspective because I'm in the organization that cooperates with 200 companies, and we deal with their involvement, social involvement. And what I can say from my observation, I don't have that much insight. I can say that the employees are more courageous when they have the possibility to see how many people from their environment, from their group suffer because of the disease, and they declare willingness of the company to get involved in the environment. So more and more employees and more organizations from the environment where safety and remuneration is provided are saying that they don't want to work only for cash. They want to do something else, and it's a great opportunity because in the companies we have competences, we have professionalism. So if we direct this energy well, if we take advantage of those competences to change the world, the environment effectively, we can make a great step ahead. And what is also significant, it's not only at the level of employees, but also management boards and managers. Those people declare that those things might be happening. And we have this concept, Tech to the Rescue. There's no other concept to gather 250 companies that want to help NGOs and that would act pro bono. It's a great undertaking, and I think it's also a manifestation of the fact that we need such initiatives.
Well, the pandemic forced us to undergo yet another change in our companies, a hard one that should be noticed. We spoke about the deficiencies of young people. However, the pandemic also exposed the deficiencies of business. We had to work from home. For many companies, that meant digital circulation of documents for many entrepreneurs, especially SMEs. This was a cognitive shock. Suddenly, we could do so many things remotely. Digitally signed document was equally good to the paper document. So, on one hand, we have to go digital. On the other hand, we can go digital. That's so good for instance, the environment. The pandemic, the technological revolution, apart from soft changes, which were still meaningful, also brought about two aspects that are not social or technology related in nature. These changes, however, are far-reaching and will not be stopped. The snowball effect is there. We are moving on to digital data carriers, and there's no stopping of that trend. The companies currently realize that it's not just a necessity. After almost 2 years of the pandemic, we see that that pays off. It does. It pays off not only in terms of money, but also in terms of image. Let me add one further point that seems to be of great importance to me, and I won't give you the perspective of an IT company. IT companies right now are in such a comfortable position. But there are many companies who are not enjoying such a comfort. to be able to talk whether they want to engage into some social projects or not. There are many sectors where the typical Polish management style dominates. In Poland, a country with one of the lowest social trust levels in the EU, management boils down to control and verification and observing employees every second. Right now, when people work from home, the supervisor might not be able to trace and track every single second of their work, and the consequences may be hard for some people to digest. Managers are not able to observe, to monitor, and to report what people are doing. On the other hand, some employees feel embarrassed. Well, perhaps some work less, taking advantage of the situation. Others, however, feel it's so unfair not to be trusted. I think that in many sectors, it's a kind of collective trauma that we are experiencing right now, and we don't know what to do about it, frankly speaking. We will have to face it, however. We don't know how it will progress, how it will develop. What's next? That's the question. The emptiness, the feeling of being lost will only worsen. There will be some weaknesses of the system that will only become visible after months or years. True. It boils down to combining trust with the ability to self-organize and to work from home. Trust works both ways, and it should be bilateral. Well, we have our image of the perfect world. However, right now time has come to talk about the things that are less perfect, the threats that we already mentioned. Of course, we could talk about competences and what's changed for hours, actually. We've only got 25 minutes or 20, actually. So let's focus on the threats and what went south, what went negative. Piotrek. Being addicted to the internet, to being online, is that an issue? Has the problem exacerbated during the pandemic, and how can we handle it if that's truly a problem? Well, I think there's always a group of people who is susceptible to different addictions. Working from home or learning from home became a necessity. Young people were faced with the following situation. Both their duties and all the entertainment is taking place in front of a computer screen. I cannot quote any specific data about the magnitude of the problem. I think there is always a group of people who are susceptible to addictions, as I said before, and the sole issue is to determine the factor that they become addicted to. I see, however, that young people are experiencing work from home fatigue. They are experiencing tiredness, and they're simply fed up with working from home. Many of them need to go out to meet people, to socialize, to have true face-to-face contact in the backyard with people instead of just working remotely. So I wouldn't be that negative, actually. Threats, phishing, other kinds of dangers had existed before the pandemic. People would fall into the trick of a false police officer or other con men. Right now, perhaps that's a bit easier. However, we talk about it more. We sensitize people. What's the solution to that? Education again. If we teach young people to be able to think critically, to verify their sources, to think who their interlocutors are, who is asking them for what the motivation of the person is, what the agenda of the interlocutor might be, many of these threats could be avoided. But to refer back to the fatigue, technology fatigue, we've noticed that in our sector, at the beginning of the pandemic, we had an inflow of users. Right now, once the lockdowns are over, we are experiencing quite the contrary trend, outflow of the people. Some of the people simply went outdoors. Well, actually, on the one hand, we are producing ever more effective machines that make people addicted, and I'm not only referring to games, but also to TikTok, who's able to absorb content ingeniously. Luckily, children and young people get fed up. It's visible in the statistics that Jakub referred to. I myself am a part of several social projects aimed at teaching youngsters to use digital tools effectively. However, if they spend the entire day in front of a computer, they're so fed up with it, and they want to participate. They don't want to participate in our classes. Of course, it's not a 0-1 question. It's not a binary issue, but they are able to set limits. They feel it. They do not get overwhelmed with digital tools. However, there are some who fall into that pitfall. So the task for us would be to identify such people effectively and to provide help to them, because indeed that can be dangerous. Michał, a couple of questions ago you mentioned that we should look for information online. Well, I see an issue here automatically. 68% of EU citizens come across fake news at least once a week. In Poland, that's 75% of people. And at the same time, 71% of people state that they never come across fake news, but it's a fact. Fake news spreads 6 times more quickly than any other news. Well, learn from the internet, to look online. You won't learn anything from YouTube. But you're partially right. How to effectively learn online? That's the question. How to find credible sources, how to identify the ones that are good from the ones that are bad. Well, that brings us back to square one. We're back to digital competences. Without such competences, you will not be able to navigate in this overwhelming amount of information that is flooding us online. In order to be able to tell the true news from fake news online, we have to have these competencies, and it's not easy because the amount of news online is so great. Recently, there was a body of research carried out in a number of countries worldwide that showed that a young person is very much afraid to fall in the pitfall of fake news. However, if the fake news is shared by a friend, then they trust them automatically. That's so dangerous. It's even harder to fight it than the fake news itself, because you have to undermine the trust to other people. You have to undermine the trust in digital competences of the friend that you trust in many other aspects of your life. However, if we want to, we are able to find online channels and platforms that allow you to verify news. There are different fact-checking campaigns, fact-checking portals. It's good simply to click around, verify a certain piece of information in several sources. You don't need to have any digital competences. You don't have to be a technology whiz to do so. You have to be curious. You have to be open. You cannot swallow and accept everything, whatever pops up on your screen. More than one source, being inquisitive. Yes, absolutely. Do not trust everything that you find online. Even the most obvious information can be made up, so you have to have at least 2 or 3 sources. And if it's your friend who posted a certain piece of news, ask him or her where they found this news. Perhaps they just copy-pasted it without any reflection, but that somehow brings us to another problem: campaigns that create a reality for us that is almost real. Forums that are trying to create our way of thinking. Let me just mention the anti-vaxxers. They create an aura of knowledge that no one has. Info bubbles on social media. created by algorithms that we can crack somehow. I'm looking at you actually. How to crack info bubbles, that's the question. You mentioned, and the point, we all have our info bubbles. Normally, these are our friends who think like you do. However, oftentimes, you just read the headline, you just read the lead, your friend posted that, you share it. That's the mechanism. If it awakes some emotions because it refers to contemporary issues, the better you just share it with more people. And critical thinking would be the only defense mechanism. I'm not saying undermining every single bit of information, but just Googling out what you read, the content of news, and if you only find it on fake news portals or gossip portals, then think twice, please, and do not succumb to the impulse. Don't share without any reflection. Spend 2 minutes thinking about what to do, and you don't need to be running a complete investigation. Of course, that will not protect you against more refined fake news. Sometimes large press agencies forwarded information that turned out to be fake, but that's a separate pair of shoes.
So it seems to me that it's worth knowing your own bias and analyze the news from this perspective, because we would love to read such news, and that's why we got it by the algorithm, because I fully agree with what's written there. So we would love it to be true. So this is something that supports our opinion. It's really interesting. What should we do if we see a fake screen and we know that? It's a dilemma. I have a dilemma. Should I cut the sharing line and I just don't share it, or I report it, or I enter into discussion? Should I try and prove to a friend or colleague that it's a total fake? It's a dilemma. On the other hand, if you comment, then you drive the algorithm. So what is more significant? I think you shouldn't discuss with fake news. You should kill it. On the other hand, I understand young people that try to track the source of the fake news. So they will comment on that, draw conclusions, and ask the author to ask him questions. And it's a dilemma of many young people. They wouldn't like to enter into a discussion with someone having different news. So they would rather just stop this chain. It's an open question. What's better? What's more effective? On one hand, in fighting with fake news and building openness and awareness of young people. You have addressed a very interesting problem, because I've seen that those discussions in internet are different than interactions in reality, and I've seen some relationships being broken because of a dispute on the internet, and because in real life those discussions look totally differently. It's easier to stop this discussion also in the internet, and we don't even need a wide spectrum here in the institute. When pandemic started, we started to use different tools to cooperate. We used Slack and so on, and we could see immediately that the temperature of discussions changed. We behaved differently. We didn't see small gestures. So we were interpreting what this person meant while writing a comment. We didn't see the face expression. And here we come again to the communication skills. It's more difficult remotely. The same text written does not present any background, because if we use another tone, we have a spectrum of interpretations, and the tone or face expression can suggest what he or she meant. And it's more difficult remotely. We can't see the emotions. we can't see the context, and this causes complications and conflicts even in our small group. All right, I'm looking at the time. We wouldn't like to abuse the patience of our audience. I have one question to you, in fact, but I'm going to ask this question to Piotrek, because you said you started to work remotely, you're using different tools. And my question is, what can we do, what companies can do, what organizations can do in order to make the events, conferences, to be a little bit more attractive for young people? Well, we've learned our lessons on the job, I would say. I have several small discoveries that is sometimes even very small, simple things are helpful. For example, here we are discussing with each other. It seems to me that classes in the form of a discussion are far more effective and far more interesting versus a typical lecture, a typical monologue, even while illustrating with different slides or charts. Conversation is something, interaction. I'm really happy because it seems to me that people are afraid of the era of post-COVID students, but we have just started classes in the new academic year, and at our university, big lectures are still remote, but I am positively shocked that I'm having dialogue with the students. At the very beginning, all the cameras were off. I was giving a lecture. I didn't even know if someone's listening to me. There was this threat that maybe I've muted my microphone and someone's calling me for the last 2 hours to let me know to turn the mic on. So I was always asking, is anyone listening to me? And now I'm very surprised, and it's so positive that on the first year during the lecture, it's a dialogue. People were asking questions. They post memes with me on chat, of something funny or not funny. So it's really cool, because the most important aspect of classes with students is interaction. Giving classes through video stream like YouTube or Twitch, when the interaction is limited, provides better quality. But I prefer to have classes on a communicator. Maybe the quality of video is worse. Everything depends on the internet band, but I can have a conversation with the students. And this is the most important, interaction. Different tools or different approach, slides, drawings, that's obvious. Maybe we should organize our classes, but then we enter another issue. Preparation of involving classes is really time consuming and cost consuming, because I thought that maybe we could build games that would allow young people to compete and that would get them involved. We have such patterns. While teaching programming, we enter schools and we organize such classes in Wrocław from the 7th grade up, where students are able to participate in different competitions. And we organize such things quite often. They can try programming, they can see if it works. So we're preparing those pupils to study IT in the future, and it's really nice. People get involved, young people get excited, and they get this objective. And competition, it can be group competition. It's something that can be done, and it's really attractive. And this requires, of course, specific effort. Of course, gentlemen. I'm reading the questions if there are any. Let me have a look. And my last question also to Jacek as the first one. Are you ready? No. What are three basic tendencies in the area of technology, digitization in the future, next year, following years? Which way are we going? Which direction are we going? we have many trends and tendencies. You're limited to three. So let me quote what comes to my mind. Maybe not in a good sequence. The first tendency that we see is personalization. So more and more content that we see online, also news, real or fake, and our experiences that online will be personalized for in line with our expectations. AI deals better and better. They have more data, so when we enter Zalando, we will only see clothes that we actually like, and when we enter a web browser, we will get news that might be interesting for us. Of course, this causes benefits and threats. Another tendency that is becoming more and more materialized is the progressing isolation and exhibition of people in the technology. So some of us will be building their personal brand even more intensively and their relationships on the internet. Another very interesting example is social commerce in Asia, where people, that's my best example is a farmer that sells eggs on the internet, and he does it so well that he sells eggs for $3 million daily. So our personal brand, what other people think about us in the internet, is becoming more and more significant. And many of us will follow this tendency, will get defined by the perception in the internet, although it seems that it's to the extent that it's unhealthy. But it will proceed. But other people will leave internet, escape from the internet because they're tired. I don't know where is it going, but some people will redirect to the offline world, and we'll need to strike a balance to do things together, offline and online. That's all. Two, but long. Okay, that's great. And so, Janusz, I would add what we've started this conversation with. Everything can be done remotely, and all the services, everything will be done remotely. Apps for everything, even for things that once no one thought they would be done remotely, even the basic stuff. I think all the retail chains are working on shopping delivery, so this tendency will get even stronger. So even the delivery solutions will become even more efficient. Three, well, I will look from the more general level. So I will try to join all these elements. Cybersecurity, which is connected with everything that we're doing, is going to be a very important theme, umbrella theme for all those things. Everything that we've involved during the last 2 years, it needs to be done more in a smarter manner. And then AI, it will drive technological development for the next several years, of course, with the whole subject of ethical approach, but that would pace and the rhythm of work in the digital world. And the third element, um, Internet of Things, Internet of everything, in fact. So something merging our functioning and organize our functioning on a daily basis, also in our professional life. So in one place we'll be able to manage our life, and I hope we'll be able to manage the way to facilitate our life, not to substitute our life. Before I pass to you, I'll try to summarize. So, isolation of technology, online purchasing, personalization, development of logistics, Internet of Things, cybersecurity, and AI. The tendencies indicated by previous speakers. What would you like to add? I think the word will surprise us anyway. I've been thinking, what else can I add? And I'm a bit concerned about the personalization because it's that AI is statistics. So we are thrown into different categories. Of course, the capacity to calculate everything grows, but these are still categories only. So maybe. And sometimes I feel irritated because of the things that are suggested to me online, and not everything is accurate. And I'm afraid that it will just develop. And I think the world has showed us that something unexpected can happen anytime. So I'm reluctant to indicate a tendency because it will probably be something totally new and unexpected. If we had this conversation 2 years ago, it wouldn't be up to date after several months. And something positive in the end, something positive to be surprised positively in the future. Well, let's hope so. We have two questions here. However, how to provide young people with psychological in the psychological and mental development in e-learning, and another question, can new technologies benefit or impact negatively? So I think we've been talking all around all the time about that. We've answered to those questions. Thank you so much. And I would like to also thank to the audience. Thank you very much for listening to our panel. Have a great Tuesday. Thank you so much.